During the 14th and 13th centuries before Christ, the Mediterranean basin experienced its most glorious epoch, the veritable zenith of the Bronze Age. A complex tapestry of interconnected civilizations had achieved unparalleled degrees of refinement, accumulated vast reservoirs of wealth, and exerted formidable territorial sway across the region. This remarkable two-century span, roughly delineating the years from 1400 to 1200 BC, truly represented the apogee of nearly 1,000 years of incremental progress and profound innovation. This sustained evolution encompassed critical advancements in the intricate craft of metallurgy, the strategic deployment of warfare, the sophisticated structures of administrative governance, and the pioneering frontiers of maritime engineering and navigation. Across this vibrant and dynamic geopolitical canvas, three preeminent powers decisively held sway. The formidable Hittite Empire asserted its dominion over a significant expanse of Anatolia and the vital territories of northern Syria. Concurrently, Mycenaean Greece, a formidable maritime entity, exercised considerable authority over the Aegean Sea and its intricate network of lucrative trade routes. Finally, the illustrious New Kingdom Egypt projected its immense power, expanding its reach from the rich lands of Nubia in the south all the way to the distant Euphrates River, thereby establishing a vast and influential imperium. Under the astute leadership of monarchs such as Suppiluliuma I and Muwatalli II, the Hittite Empire had dramatically evolved from a mere regional Anatolian kingdom into an undisputed dominant force, formidable enough to contend with and even threaten Egyptian supremacy in the strategically vital Levant. From their meticulously planned capital city of Hattusa, the Hittites ingeniously governed an intricate feudal system. This sophisticated structure seamlessly integrated a multitude of vassal states into their orbit, even as they retained unwavering direct control over key strategic territories. The sprawling metropolis of Hattusa itself encompassed an impressive 180 hectares, meticulously safeguarded by colossal stone walls, which were further buttressed by imposing towers and punctuated by ornate gate structures, magnificently adorned with detailed carvings of powerful lions and valiant warriors. Extensive archaeological digs have meticulously unearthed an exceptionally advanced urban center, featuring distinct quarters designated for the royal citadel, sacred temples, and various administrative edifices. These vital areas were seamlessly linked via meticulously paved streets and provisioned through an ingenious water management system, which notably incorporated underground channels and capacious reservoirs, a testament to their engineering prowess. The sophisticated Hittite military structure unequivocally mirrored their formidable imperial ambitions and the expansive reach of their vast domain. The nucleus of their formidable army was composed of seasoned professional warriors, meticulously furnished with superior bronze weaponry. This elite fighting force was consistently bolstered by substantial detachments drawn from their numerous vassal states and allied territories. Notably, the Hittite chariot forces epitomized the very apex of Bronze Age mobile warfare, deploying vehicles meticulously constructed using sophisticated engineering methods that ingeniously harmonized speed, resilience, and unparalleled battlefield prowess. These remarkable chariots showcased lightweight wooden frames expertly strengthened by precisely crafted bronze fittings and were equipped with spoked wheels specifically optimized for exceptional maneuverability. Each chariot was typically manned by two highly skilled warriors, a dedicated driver and either a proficient archer or a capable spearman. Their infantry echelons comprised both heavily armored and lighter-equipped troops. The former were armed with formidable bronze-tipped spears, protected by robust rectangular shields, and clad in protective bronze scale armor, while the latter functioned primarily as agile skirmishers and unerring archers, providing vital support and ranged attacks. The sophisticated Hittite legal and administrative framework, extensively documented within the thousands of cuneiform tablets unearthed from Hattusa, unequivocally unveils a meticulously structured state apparatus. The monarch himself held the dual and paramount role of both supreme military commander and the revered high priest, his authority consistently underpinned by a stratified system comprising influential nobles, powerful provincial governors, and diligent local administrators. Treaties forged with their numerous vassal states adhered to rigorously standardized formats, which precisely delineated reciprocal duties, stipulated levies of tribute, and clearly articulated provisions for armed support. Furthermore, the Hittites actively engaged in official communications with other prominent empires, including the formidable Egyptians, the rising Assyrians, and the ancient Babylonians, consistently utilizing Akkadian as the universal language of international relations, facilitating crucial diplomatic exchanges. During this flourishing era, Mycenaean Greece extended its sway not merely over the Greek mainland, but also projected its considerable power across the myriad Aegean islands, along the vital coastal strip of Anatolia, and into significant portions of the eastern Mediterranean basin. The very essence of the Mycenaean political system revolved around formidable fortified palace complexes, which functioned as the undisputed administrative, sacred religious, and vital economic hubs for their adjacent regions. The prominent center of Pylos, under the esteemed Wanax Nestor, skillfully governed the southwestern Peloponnese from a magnificent palace complex. This impressive edifice safeguarded vast repositories of documents, meticulously inscribed in the enigmatic Linear B script. These comprehensive administrative records meticulously delineate the workings of an intricate administrative machinery, which painstakingly oversaw land tenure, the collection of taxation, the proper management of religious offerings, and the organized output of craft production with exceptional accuracy and meticulous exactitude. The opulent palace at Pylos spanned an impressive approximate area of 2 hectares and famously showcased a unique megaron hall, a grand central chamber featuring a prominent focal fireplace, which was encircled by 4 robust columns upholding an elevated clear-story roof that allowed light to filter in. Its walls were magnificently adorned with vibrant frescoes, meticulously illustrating stately processions, dynamic hunting scenes, and compelling mythological subjects. The floors, too, were overlaid with exquisitely painted plaster, presenting intricate geometric as well as evocative naturalistic patterns. Within its extensive storage areas, hundreds of distinctive stirrup jars, designed for the containment of valuable oil and wine, were discovered alongside finely crafted bronze vessels, delicate ivory objects, and an array of sophisticated weapons. These findings collectively attested to both robust indigenous manufacturing and far-reaching commercial links. The palace's dedicated administrative wing meticulously preserved archives containing over 1,000 Linear B tablets, which assiduously cataloged a comprehensive spectrum of information, encompassing everything from detailed livestock inventories to the intricate preparations for significant religious festivals. The impressive Tyron Center unequivocally exemplified the extraordinary military engineering prowess characteristic of late Bronze Age Greece. The citadel's iconic cyclopean walls, meticulously fashioned from gigantic limestone blocks, each weighing several tons, soared to elevations of up to 8 meters and majestically encompassed an area of approximately 20,000 square meters. These formidable fortifications integrated a suite of ingenious defensive features, notably including corbelled galleries, strategically placed sally ports, and an intricate access mechanism specifically engineered to funnel would-be attackers through a series of multiple, highly constricted passages. The palace situated within these protective ramparts exhibited structural components comparable to those found at Pylos, yet on a markedly more magnificent scale. Its Grand Megaron, for instance, measured an imposing 11.8 by 9.9 meters, and it boasted luxurious bathroom facilities, prominently featuring a distinctive terracotta bathtub, indicative of advanced domestic comforts. Mycenaean military organization represented a sophisticated amalgamation, synthesizing elements judiciously adopted from Minoan culture, with ingenious innovations meticulously tailored for the specific conditions of mainland Greece. Chariot warfare, while undoubtedly playing a crucial part in their strategic deployment, saw Mycenaean chariots diverging notably from their Near Eastern parallels, both in their fundamental fabrication and their specific battlefield usage. Extensive archaeological evidence, painstakingly unearthed from prestigious shaft graves and monumental tholos tombs, consistently discloses bronze weapons of remarkable excellence. This impressive arsenal comprised slender rapiers, keen daggers, formidable spearheads, and precise arrowheads. Furthermore, their protective gear included robust bronze cuirasses, imposing helmets strengthened by meticulously arranged boar tusks, and distinctive figure-8 shields, expertly fashioned from stretched oxhide over resilient wooden frames, offering formidable protection in combat. The expansive Mycenaean maritime network permeated across the entirety of the eastern Mediterranean, with compelling indications of Greek traders and settlers having established a significant presence in diverse locations spanning Cyprus, the bustling Levantine coast, and the fertile lands of southern Italy. Mycenaean pottery, notably including their characteristic stirrup jars and elegant kylikes, consistently emerges in archaeological contexts, stretching from the distant island of Sardinia all the way to the mighty Euphrates River, unequivocally demonstrating both the remarkable breadth and vigorous intensity of their commercial activities. These intricate trade relationships encompass not merely exquisite finished goods, but also vital primary commodities. This included copper, sourced abundantly from Cyprus, tin, whose potential origins lay within Anatolia or Central Europe, lustrous gold, flowing from the wealthy realms of Egypt and Nubia, and precious amber, diligently transported from the distant Baltic region, underscoring a truly globalized exchange for its time. During the influential reigns of Amenhotep III, Akhenaten, and Rameses II, New Kingdom Egypt epitomized the very zenith of pharaonic power and unparalleled territorial expansion. The prodigious Egyptian empire extended majestically from the fourth cataract of the Nile in Nubia, far to the south, all the way to the distant Euphrates River in Syria, embracing a rich tapestry of diverse peoples, invaluable resources, and critically strategic positions. This immense and geographically expansive domain necessitated intricate administrative systems, meticulously designed to harmonize robust imperial authority with a degree of regional self-governance. It also demanded formidable military forces, adept at safeguarding these expansive borders, and sophisticated fiscal apparatus capable of efficiently procuring and disseminating essential resources across thousands of kilometers, a logistical feat of extraordinary scale. The Egyptian military during this flourishing epoch had transcended its early Middle Kingdom beginnings, developing significantly past its nascent forms to emerge as a formidable professional force, meticulously furnished with the cutting-edge technology of the Bronze Age. The highly specialized chariot corps constituted the elite vanguard, serving as the primary striking arm. These sophisticated vehicles were meticulously produced in royal workshops, employing timber procured from abroad, expertly crafted bronze fittings, and durable leather components. Egyptian chariots usually conveyed two highly trained crew members, a skilled driver and a proficient archer. They were strategically structured into squadrons, each nominally comprising 10 vehicles, all under the astute direction of experienced officers. Infantry divisions, each theoretically containing 5,000 men, were robustly drawn from both the indigenous Egyptian populations and a diverse array of foreign auxiliaries, including fierce Nubians, resilient Libyans, and various Asiatic peoples, reflecting the empire's vast reach. Egyptian bronzework had attained unparalleled heights of refinement, demonstrating a remarkable advancement in the craft. Artisans were meticulously fabricating weapons and tools that ingeniously harmonized practical utility with aesthetic brilliance. Bronze swords, discovered within royal tombs, consistently exhibit intricate metalworking processes, including sophisticated pattern welding, precise differential hardening, and exquisite decorative inlays, showcasing their mastery. The array of military equipment featured formidable composite bows, adept at piercing bronze armor at ranges surpassing an impressive 200 meters. Accompanying these were bronze-tipped arrows, equipped with purpose-designed points for various targets, alongside robust siege equipment, skillfully innovated upon and modified from Asiatic models, highlighting their adaptability and technological prowess. The very fiscal bedrock of Egyptian power was fundamentally predicated upon the unparalleled agrarian bounty of the Nile Valley, a vital resource consistently augmented by substantial homage collected from conquered territories and considerable revenues derived from vast commercial arteries. Egyptian merchants and astute diplomats actively cultivated mercantile ties throughout the entire eastern Mediterranean, with Egyptian gold universally functioning as the standard medium of exchange in critical international transactions. The renowned Amarna letters, a rich collection of diplomatic correspondence exchanged between Egyptian pharaohs and various foreign rulers, unequivocally underscore the intricate and multifaceted nature of these relationships, simultaneously illuminating the pivotal function of reciprocal offerings in sustaining interstate partnerships and ensuring geopolitical stability. During this pivotal era, Cyprus rose to prominence as a vital nexus in the intricate web of Mediterranean trade, particularly distinguishing itself in the critical domains of copper production and its widespread distribution. The island's prolific copper deposits, located primarily within the majestic Troodos Mountains, consistently furnished the essential primary commodity for bronze production across the entire region. Major civic centers such as Enkomi and Kition underwent significant evolution, transforming into advanced urban settlements. These municipalities boasted meticulously organized thoroughfares, robust and imposing edifices, and clear manifestations of dedicated artisanal output. Notably, distinctive copper ingots, configured as ox hides and possessing an approximate mass of 25 to 30 kilograms each, have been recovered from ancient shipwrecks and various archaeological sites, spanning from the western reaches of Sardinia to the distant shores of the Black Sea, thereby powerfully illustrating the immense scope of the island's mercantile sway and trade dominance. The Levantine coastline, during the Late Bronze Age, was a vibrant tapestry of flourishing city-states, each acting as a crucial intermediary, bridging the chasm between formidable empires and facilitating the intricate web of long-distance commerce. Ugarit, majestically positioned on the Syrian coast, perfectly embodied this pivotal role, distinguished by its profoundly cosmopolitan essence and its expansive commercial infrastructure. The city's extensive archives, a treasure trove inscribed in a multiplicity of languages and scripts, including the indigenous Ugaritic, the prestigious Akkadian, the enigmatic Egyptian hieroglyphs, and the formidable Hittite cuneiform, vividly underscored its identity as a quintessential crossroads where diverse civilizations converged. Ugaritic merchants, astute and enterprising, meticulously cultivated and sustained trading outposts stretching across Cyprus, Egypt, and the Aegean, while the city's bustling port served as a bustling hub, meticulously handling an astonishing array of merchandise, ranging from the lustrous Baltic amber to the exotic and precious pearls sourced from the distant Indian Ocean. Ugarit's sophisticated urban blueprint was a testament to advanced architectural foresight, meticulously delineating distinct residential enclaves, bustling commercial districts, and sacred religious precincts, all seamlessly interconnected by a network of finely laid stone-paved thoroughfares. The opulent royal palace, an architectural marvel spanning an impressive 6,000 square meters, encompassed a labyrinthine arrangement of over 90 meticulously designed chambers, including resplendent throne rooms, intimate private apartments, bustling administrative offices, and capacious storage facilities. The city's consecrated religious complex proudly housed magnificent temples, reverently dedicated to potent deities such as Baal, Dagon, and a pantheon of other revered divinities, each adorned with elaborate ritualistic installations and brimming with a wealth of opulent votive offerings. Private residences, particularly those nestled within the affluent residential quarter, boasted impressive multi-story constructions featuring serene interior courtyards and ingeniously engineered, sophisticated drainage systems, a hallmark of their advanced domestic infrastructure. The remarkable technological advancements of this era transcended the mere realm of military applications, extending their transformative influence to encompass significant strides in metallurgy, sophisticated engineering principles, and pioneering maritime technology. Bronze working techniques had undergone a profound evolution, meticulously refined to yield alloys possessing highly specific properties, meticulously tailored for a diverse array of applications. These ranged from the creation of exceptionally hard, keen cutting edges essential for formidable weapons and indispensable tools, to the development of highly corrosion-resistant fittings, critical for the integrity of seafaring vessels and the enduring strength of architectural components. Foundries, strategically located at prominent sites such as Kition in Cyprus and Enkomi, meticulously produced standardized copper ingots, employing cutting-edge smelting techniques that masterfully optimized yield while simultaneously minimizing fuel consumption, showcasing a remarkable efficiency in resource utilization. Shipbuilding technology had progressed to an impressive degree, enabling the establishment of regular and dependable maritime commerce across the vast expanse of the Mediterranean Sea. The discovery of the Uluburun shipwreck, meticulously dated to approximately 1300 BC, furnishes an extraordinarily detailed and invaluable corpus of evidence concerning the sophisticated maritime capabilities prevalent during the Late Bronze Age. This remarkable vessel, measuring an estimated 15 meters in length, bore an astonishing cargo exceeding 20 tons, a veritable treasure trove that encompassed a substantial quantity of copper and tin ingots, pristine glass ingots, precious ivory, exotic ebony, delicate ostrich eggshells, and a diverse assortment of intricately manufactured goods, sourced from across the entire known world. The ship's robust construction featured meticulously crafted cedar planking, ingeniously joined using precision mortise and tenon joints, further reinforced with durable bronze fastenings, and meticulously sealed with aromatic pine resin, ensuring its seaworthiness and longevity. Agricultural intensification played a crucial role in sustaining the escalating population growth and the rapid urbanization that were distinctive hallmarks of this transformative period. Elaborate terracing systems, meticulously carved into the rugged landscapes of the Aegean Islands, intricate irrigation networks meticulously engineered across the fertile lands of the Near East, and sophisticated flood management systems expertly implemented along the life-giving Nile River, collectively facilitated a significant surge in food production. This increased agricultural output, in turn, liberated a substantial portion of the labor force, allowing individuals to specialize in highly skilled crafts, dedicate themselves to military service, and assume vital administrative functions. Furthermore, extensive storage facilities, strategically integrated within the Grand Palace centers, possessed the immense capacity to meticulously safeguard provisions sufficient to last for several years. This strategic reserve provided an invaluable bulwark against the devastating specter of harvest failures, and simultaneously empowered rulers to generously support vast retinues of dependents, ensuring stability and prosperity. The archaeological record meticulously recovered from this pivotal period unequivocally unveils unprecedented echelons of material affluence and profound cultural sophistication. A dazzling array of luxury commodities encompassing exquisite gold jewelry, intricately carved ivory artifacts, sumptuously decorated textiles, and elaborately crafted furniture, consistently emerges within elite contexts spanning the entire Mediterranean basin. Artistic expressions during this era conspicuously demonstrated an escalating international influence, with distinctive Egyptian motifs gracefully integrated into Mycenaean frescoes, characteristic Aegean pottery forms enthusiastically adopted within the Levant, and fascinating Mesopotamian cylinder seals unearthed within Greek archaeological sites, clearly illustrating a vibrant cross-cultural exchange. Religious practices during the Late Bronze Age eloquently reflected a compelling synthesis of deeply rooted local traditions and pervasive international influences. Grand temple complexes, serving as the spiritual epicenters within major urban centers, were characterized by their elaborate ritualistic installations, substantial and meticulously maintained treasuries, and extensive landholdings, which collectively elevated them to the status of significant economic powerhouses, in addition to their paramount religious functions. The intrinsically international character of late Bronze Age religion is strikingly evidenced by the widespread adoption of foreign deities, the emergence of syncretistic practices that blended diverse belief systems, and the dynamic exchange of sacred religious texts and iconic iconography between distinct cultural regions, fostering a rich tapestry of spiritual interconnectedness. Yet, despite the alluring facade of prosperity and the seemingly harmonious international cooperation that conspicuously defined the late Bronze Age Mediterranean, subtle yet discernible indicators of burgeoning instability began to manifest themselves during the twilight decades of the 13th century BC. These nascent warnings, scattered across disparate geographical regions and meticulously preserved within fragmentary historical records, would ultimately prove to be the ominous harbingers of a cataclysmic collapse, an epoch-defining event that would fundamentally reconfigure the ancient world. The earliest documented evidence hinting at mounting troubles emerges from the venerable Hittite royal archives, where references to escalating conflicts with various Western Anatolian peoples become progressively more frequent and imbued with a palpable sense of urgency after the year 1250 BC. The formidable Hittite king Tudhaliya IV found himself confronting intensifying pressure along the western frontiers of his expansive empire, where a formidable confederation of Anatolian peoples, collectively designated as the Asuwa lands, had begun to brazenly challenge imperial authority. These territories, stretching along the sun-drenched Aegean coast of Anatolia, from the strategic Troad in the north to the rugged Lycia in the south-south, had historically served as steadfast and loyal vassals, dutifully providing tribute and military assistance to the mighty Hattusa. Nevertheless, compelling archaeological evidence meticulously unearthed from sites such as the legendary Troy, the bustling Miletus, and the ancient Assos, unequivocally reveals a marked escalation in fortification efforts during this critical period, strongly suggesting a pervasive sense of growing insecurity and proactive preparations for impending conflict. Hittite military records, remarkably detailed for their time, meticulously describe campaigns waged against rebellious Western vassals with an unprecedented degree of specificity, unequivocally underscoring the profound gravity of these emerging threats. The Yalbert inscription, an impressive rock relief meticulously carved near the modern city of Konya, proudly commemorates Tudhaliya's decisive victories over the formidable Luca people and their numerous allies, vividly depicting pitched battles involving thousands of courageous warriors and the triumphant capture of countless fortified settlements. The intricate text meticulously details specific tactical formations, ingenious siege techniques, and the strategic deployment of formidable chariot squadrons within mountainous terrain, a landscape previously considered entirely unsuitable for such sophisticated military operations. These Western Anatolian conflicts diverged significantly from earlier Hittite military campaigns, notable for their heightened intensity and expansive geographical scope. Previous rebellions had typically involved isolated city-states or relatively small regional coalitions, but the disturbances of the late 13th century encompassed vast territories and involved coordinated resistance across multiple distinct ethnic groups. Hittite administrative documents from this period reveal the implementation of emergency measures, including the swift mobilization of reserve forces, the strategic construction of new fortifications along vulnerable frontiers, and the establishment of military colonies in critical strategic locations, all indicative of a comprehensive imperial response to a rapidly deteriorating situation. Archaeological excavations meticulously conducted at Hittite frontier sites provide compelling material evidence corroborating this intensified militarization. The formidable fortress of Kuruntatepe, strategically situated on the Euphrates, exhibits extensive renovations undertaken during the late 13th century, with existing walls significantly heightened and reinforced. New defensive towers meticulously added at regular intervals, and internal structures thoughtfully modified to accommodate larger garrisons. Similar patterns of defensive enhancement are discernible at sites throughout western and southern Anatolia, strongly suggesting a coordinated imperial response to the escalating external pressures that threatened the integrity of the empire. The precarious situation in western Anatolia ultimately culminated in the devastating destruction of Troy 7a around 1180 BC, an event that has captivated scholarly attention and ignited intense debate for well over a century. This particular settlement, meticulously constructed upon the venerable ruins of the earlier Troy 6, represented a critically significant urban center, strategically controlling the vital Dardanelles Passage, the crucial maritime link between the continents of Europe and Asia. The archaeological evidence meticulously recovered from Troy 7 vividly portrays a community under siege, with narrow streets densely packed with storage jars, makeshift shelters hastily erected within the formidable citadel walls, and unequivocal signs of severe overcrowding, as the beleaguered population desperately sought refuge behind the massive fortifications. The destruction layer at Troy 7a contains extensive evidence of catastrophic fire damage, widespread collapsed building materials, and scattered human remains, all strongly suggesting a violent conquest rather than an accidental conflagration. Arrowheads of various distinct types, including some possessing distinctive barbed points not typically associated with local Anatolian traditions, lie ominously embedded in walls and scattered across floors, silent witnesses to the intensity of the assault. Bronze weapons and tools show clear signs of hasty abandonment, with valuable items inexplicably left behind in circumstances that powerfully suggest their owners either fled in terror or tragically perished during the ferocious attack. Carl Blegan's pioneering excavations in the 1930s, meticulously followed by subsequent investigations undertaken by Manfred Korfmann's dedicated team, conclusively reveal that Troy 7a had been hastily rebuilt following the catastrophic destruction of Troy 6 around 1300 BC. The new settlement, while ingeniously utilizing the existing formidable fortification walls, conspicuously displayed clear signs of a discernible decline in construction quality and overall urban planning. Houses were notably smaller and significantly more cramped than their predecessors, streets narrower and less regularly laid out, and the overarching impression conveyed is that of a community valiantly struggling to preserve its former prosperity amidst mounting challenges. The pottery assemblage meticulously recovered from Troy 7a's destruction level encompasses both indigenous local Anatolian wares and a diverse array of imported pieces sourced from various Aegean origins, unequivocally indicating the continuation of trade connections, despite the apparent military pressures. However, both the quantity and the discernible quality of imported goods had experienced a significant decline compared to earlier periods, strongly suggesting a pervasive economic disruption that demonstrably preceded the final calamitous catastrophe. Furthermore, extensive storage areas located within the citadel contained substantial quantities of grain and other foodstuffs, compelling evidence of meticulous preparation for prolonged siege conditions, underscoring the profound sense of impending doom that gripped the inhabitants. At the same time that significant disturbances were unfolding across the western Anatolian landscape, contemporary accounts from Egyptian and Levantine annals meticulously chronicle a discernible escalation in maritime incursions and demographic shifts along the eastern Mediterranean littoral. The earliest unambiguous allusions to marauders arriving by sea are found within Egyptian documentation dating back to the epoch of Pharaoh Merneptah. This monarch confronted a formidable confederation of Libyan tribal factions and various foreign ethnicities endeavoring to establish permanent residency within the fertile expanse of the Nile Delta. The monumental Karnak inscription, which vividly recounts Merneptah's decisive triumph, explicitly identifies particular groups such as the Luka, the Sherden, the Shekelesh, and the Teresh, nations whose ancestral homelands were situated within the Aegean and Anatolian territories, regions concurrently grappling with profound societal transformations. A notable distinction characterized these initial raiding parties when contrasted with the subsequent, more widespread incursions attributed to the Sea Peoples. Their evident strategic alignment with existing indigenous powers. For instance, the Libyan pharaoh Merayer had meticulously forged intricate pacts and affiliations with diverse foreign detachments, thereby intimating that these nascent demographic shifts were underpinned by structured military collaboration, rather than being the spontaneous outflows of destitute refugee populations. Pictorial narratives etched into Egyptian battle reliefs adorning Merneptah's mortuary temple compellingly portray these alien combatants, readily identifiable by their unique accoutrements, distinctive round shields, elaborate feathered headdresses, and formidable bronze weaponry, engaged in combat alongside Libyan contingents, executing well-drilled, synchronized maneuvers. Excavations conducted at archaeological sites dating from this tumultuous era consistently bring to light escalating indicators of ferocious devastation and subsequent desertion. Nkomi, a pivotal hub on the island renowned as its foremost copper-producing complex, exhibits undeniable vestiges of recurrent assaults throughout the latter half of the 13th century. Within its destruction strata, excavators have uncovered charred remnants of edifices, disarrayed implements pertinent to metalworking, and caches of precious artifacts evidently interred with hurried urgency, all testifying to a period of intense upheaval and peril. The uppermost stratum of occupation at Nkomi presents a poignant tableau of last-ditch efforts, featuring hastily erected makeshift fortifications ingeniously fashioned from repurposed building stones, unequivocally indicating a society engaged in desperate endeavors to repel relentless, escalating perils. Concurrently, the once flourishing copper industry, which had for generations been the bedrock of Cypriot prosperity, began to exhibit unequivocal symptoms of profound disarray during this same time frame. Smelting facilities at prominent locations such as Kition and Kalavassos were either entirely forsaken or forced to function at severely curtailed operational levels. Furthermore, the hallmark standardized oxhide ingot production, which had for centuries defined Cypriot metallurgical prowess, became conspicuously inconsistent in both its inherent quality and overall output. Simultaneously, the intricate arteries of commerce that had historically linked Cyprus to distant markets across the vast Mediterranean expanse suffered mounting impediments, a trend substantiated by the noticeably diminished presence of Cypriot ceramic artifacts and metalwork within archaeological findings in overseas territories. The voluminous archives meticulously preserved at Ugarit furnish extraordinarily detailed first-hand narratives, chronicling the escalating predicament that gripped the Levantine coastline. Diplomatic exchanges, specifically letters exchanged between Hammurapi, the final sovereign to rule Ugarit, and his paramount suzerain, the Hittite king, unequivocally expose the intensifying duress stemming from relentless seaborne raiders coupled with pervasive internal security challenges. A singular document, particularly illuminating, recounts the strategic deployment of Ugarit's military contingents to render aid to the Hittites in Anatolia, an action that tragically left the city dangerously exposed and susceptible to seaborne assaults. Hammurapi's personal correspondence increasingly betrays a palpable sense of mounting desperation as dispatches detailing widespread raids and devastation poured in from adjacent realms. The administrative records emanating from Ugarit's terminal phase graphically illustrate profound transformations in its economic dynamism and societal arrangements. The systematic collection of taxes grew increasingly erratic, replete with countless allusions to unfulfilled financial commitments and petitions for extended payment deadlines. Commercial agreements experienced a precipitous decline in both their frequency and their overarching ambition, while legal instruments increasingly documented burgeoning contentions concerning property ownership and the fulfillment of mercantile duties. The city's once vibrant cosmopolitan identity, previously underscored by its extensive multilingual archival collections, progressively receded, yielding to a preoccupation with more circumscribed, localized exigencies as its once robust international linkages perceptibly frayed. Archaeological findings concerning Ugarit's calamitous demise, estimated to have occurred around 1185 BC, unequivocally point to a disaster that descended with terrifying abruptness and without prior intimation. The regal palace and the adjacent governmental edifices were utterly engulfed by an inferno of such ferocity that the cuneiform tablets housed within their administrative archives were fortuitously baked to an enduring hardness by the intense heat, thereby providentially safeguarding them for the scrutiny of modern academics. Dispersed personal effects discovered across residential sectors strongly imply a frantic and hurried evacuation. Concurrently, the conspicuous absence of methodical pilfering suggests that the assailants were driven more by an impetus for sheer devastation than by a desire for material spoils. Experts in climate research have pinpointed substantial environmental alterations during the latter portion of the 13th century BC, which likely played a pivotal role in fostering widespread regional instability. Paleoclimatic information, meticulously gathered from a diverse array of sources, including dendrochronological investigations of ancient Anatolian junipers, palynological examinations of lacustrine sediments from the eastern Mediterranean, and intricate isotopic analyses of speleothems extracted from Levantine cavern systems, collectively points to an epoch characterized by escalating aridity and pronounced thermal oscillations commencing approximately 1250 BC. Specifically, the comprehensive Anatolian tree ring chronology distinctly showcases a succession of unusually constricted growth rings, directly correlating with prevailing drought conditions throughout the late 13th century, with notably severe episodes recorded around 1230 BC and again near 1200 BC. Such protracted periods of desiccation would have inflicted catastrophic damage upon agricultural yields in those territories heavily reliant on pluvial sustenance, compelling their inhabitants to embark upon quests for novel lands or alternative provisions. The chronological alignment of these distinct climatic occurrences correlates remarkably precisely with archaeological findings that attest to an intensification of defensive constructions and widespread belligerence across the entire region. Reconstructions of ancient lake levels derived from various locations throughout the eastern Mediterranean unequivocally demonstrate substantial diminutions during this epoch, signaling both a reduction in rainfall and an acceleration of evaporation processes. Lake Tiberias, nestled within the Jordan Valley, for instance, underwent a conspicuous recession in its water levels, and analogous trends are discernible in lacustrine bodies spanning Anatolia and the northern Levant. These profound hydrological shifts would inevitably have detrimentally influenced both the efficacy of agricultural endeavors and the critical availability of potable water for burgeoning urban populations. The profound disturbance of agricultural systems, an undeniable consequence of the prevailing climatic shifts, appears to have instigated demographic shifts that, at their inception, manifested as meticulously organized raids rather than undifferentiated mass exoduses. Communities confronted with devastating crop failures and significant reductions in livestock holdings would have found themselves compelled to procure vital resources from external sources, whether through established commercial exchanges, the imposition of tribute, or outright forceful appropriation. The formidable warrior societies inhabiting the Aegean and Western Anatolian territories were uniquely endowed with both the requisite military prowess and the advanced maritime technological capacity to execute such aggressive strategies across vast geographical expanses. Concrete substantiation for widespread famine conditions prevalent during this epoch emanates from a confluence of diverse archaeological and textual records. Grain storage facilities unearthed at numerous sites across the afflicted territory conspicuously display unequivocal indications of severe depletion, with sizable storage amphorae discovered either entirely vacant or containing merely vestigial traces of their erstwhile contents. Furthermore, osteological analyses of skeletal remains exhumed from ancient necropolises reveal an augmented prevalence of nutritional stress indicators, notably including linear enamel hypoplasia and diminished stature, collectively signaling prolonged episodes of insufficient nourishment. The profound disruption of long-standing commercial arteries critically exacerbated localized food deficits by impeding the efficient reallocation of agricultural surpluses from areas that had remained untouched by the crisis. Cyprus, having historically depended significantly on imported cereals to sustain its highly specialized copper-producing economy, encountered especially acute hardships as its customary purveyors in Egypt and the Levant simultaneously grappled with their own formidable agricultural predicaments. The insular archaeological record of Cyprus progressively illustrates a pronounced emphasis on food preservation and controlled distribution throughout this challenging era, evidenced by residential zones yielding an exceptionally high concentration of storage receptacles. Concurrently, Hittite administrative texts meticulously detail concerted efforts to alleviate the pervasive food shortages through a series of urgent interventions, encompassing the strategic reallocation of grain stockpiles from temple treasuries, the temporary suspension of tribute payments for distressed regions, and the initiation of diplomatic negotiations for grain acquisitions from Egypt. Nevertheless, these remedial actions seemingly afforded only transient succor, given that allusions to persistent famine conditions pervade the documentation spanning the ultimate decades of Hittite dominion. The synergistic convergence of profound climatic shifts, widespread agricultural collapse, and the ensuing demographic pressures collectively forged an environment wherein circumscribed local disputes metastasized into overwhelming regional catastrophes. Communities that had formerly enjoyed harmonious coexistence now discovered themselves locked in fierce competition for rapidly dwindling essential provisions. Furthermore, the irreparable fragmentation of long-established commercial interdependencies effectively obliterated conventional avenues for arbitrating such burgeoning disagreements. Ultimately, the intricate diplomatic and robust economic frameworks that had successfully underpinned stability throughout the zenith of the Late Bronze Age proved woefully insufficient to contend with tribulations of such unprecedented scale and expansive geographical reach. The escalating strains that had steadily accumulated over the entirety of the late 13th century BC culminated in a cataclysmic zenith during the half-century spanning 1200 to 1150 BC, unleashing an unstoppable torrent of devastation that surged across the eastern Mediterranean with unparalleled rapidity and comprehensiveness. The highly developed urban agglomerations that had for millennia served as the bedrock of Bronze Age civilization succumbed sequentially, their majestic palatial complexes devoured by raging infernos, their inhabitants dispersed far and wide, and their intricate administrative structures utterly eradicated. This methodical implosion left an indelible archaeological imprint so singularly unambiguous that contemporary excavators are able to pinpoint these layers of destruction with extraordinary exactitude, thereby illuminating the profound scope and sheer ferocity of the calamity that engulfed the ancient world. Pylos, serving as the pivotal administrative nucleus of southwestern Greece under the stewardship of the revered Wanax Nestor, perhaps furnishes the most compelling and dramatic corroboration of this abrupt and sweeping disintegration. The sprawling palace complex, which had for countless generations operated as the undisputed political, economic, and spiritual fulcrum of the entire region, met its violent end around 1180 BC amidst a blaze of such overwhelming intensity that it inadvertently hardened the fragile linear B tablets within its administrative repositories, thereby providentially safeguarding them for the scrutiny of modern academics. The ultimate collection of tablets recovered from the palatial ruins strikingly indicates a state apparatus that continued to operate with a semblance of normalcy right up until its ultimate demise, containing meticulous records pertaining to religious oblations, the allocation of military provisions, and other quotidian administrative affairs, all precisely dated to the final months preceding the city's utter annihilation. The archaeological investigation of Pylos's destruction layer vividly illustrates the profound violence and precipitous haste that characterized the final assault upon the palace. Throughout the labyrinthine corridors, an array of bronze weaponry lies strewn, including menacing spearheads forcefully driven into sturdy door frames and numerous arrowheads discovered in strategic storage areas, marking the desperate positions where the palace's defenders made their ultimate, courageous stands. The revered throne room, or megaron, bears unmistakable scars of an inferno of immense intensity, with collapsed roof timbers having created a dense, charcoal-rich stratum exceeding a meter in thickness in certain sections. Fragments of exquisitely decorated fresco, their once vibrant painted plaster surfaces now bearing indelible scorch marks, are intermingled with shattered pottery shards and grotesquely twisted bronze vessels, all scattered promiscuously amidst the extensive ruins. The administrative wing of the palace furnishes particularly poignant testimony to the catastrophe's shocking suddenness. Scribes' workstations still contain unfinished clay tablets, their stylus marks hauntingly visible, while numerous clay ceilings remain haphazardly scattered across the floors, precisely where they plummeted from burning wooden shelves. Further examination of the storage chambers, which once housed the palace's invaluable and extensive archives, reveals unambiguous indications of systematic obliteration. Tablet fragments are found thoroughly commingled with ash and other debris, forming a distinct pattern that strongly suggests deliberate vandalism and premeditated destruction, rather than mere accidental fire damage. Personal belongings discovered throughout the sprawling palace complex unequivocally demonstrate that its inhabitants were afforded no opportunity for an organized evacuation. Elegant bronze mirrors, delicate ivory combs, and intricate gold jewelry lie forlornly abandoned in residential quarters, while cooking vessels, still containing carbonized remnants of food, paint a stark picture of daily life continuing its normal rhythm, right up until the very moment of the devastating attack. Even children's toys, including small bronze animal figurines and charming ceramic figures scattered across domestic areas, provide haunting and silent testimony to families caught entirely unawares and utterly unprepared for the overwhelming disaster that suddenly engulfed them. The broader settlement surrounding Pylos exhibits comparable evidence of violent destruction, with residential zones containing numerous burned houses, widely scattered personal possessions, and hastily interred caches of valuables. Intriguingly, several hoards of bronze artifacts, encompassing an assortment of weapons, tools, and domestic vessels, were unearthed in specific locations, strongly suggesting their owners had harbored the desperate intention of returning to retrieve them once the imminent danger had ostensibly receded. The strikingly systematic character of the destruction, impacting both the central palace complex and its surrounding communities simultaneously, points towards a highly coordinated assault executed by formidable forces demonstrably capable of completely overwhelming the region's established defensive capabilities. Tyrans, with its awe-inspiring and immensely robust cyclopean fortifications, might reasonably have been expected to successfully withstand the ferocious attacks that ultimately laid waste to less adequately defended sites. Yet, tragically, it too succumbed to the pervasive general catastrophe. The citadel's calamitous destruction, occurring around 1200 BC, serves as a stark historical lesson that even the most sophisticated and seemingly impregnable defensive systems of the late Bronze Age ultimately proved woefully inadequate against the relentless forces unleashed during this tumultuous period. The opulent palace complex situated within the fortress's formidable walls was utterly consumed by fire, with destruction debris accumulating to depths of several meters in certain areas. Evidence uncovered at Tiryns indicates that the assailants possessed a remarkably detailed and intimate knowledge of the fortress's inherent defensive vulnerabilities. Breaches in the monumental cyclopean walls are consistently found at points where the colossal stone blocks were less securely joined with smaller, interstitial stones, strongly suggesting that the assault was conducted by seasoned forces intimately familiar with the intricate techniques of Bronze Age fortification engineering. The elaborately complex entrance system, meticulously designed to funnel and channel attackers through a series of multiple, strategically placed choke points, exhibits clear signs of having been either skillfully bypassed or decisively overcome through highly coordinated and sophisticated assault tactics. The lower citadel at Tiryns contains compelling evidence of desperate defensive preparations undertaken as the crisis ominously approached. Residential buildings situated perilously close to the walls were deliberately demolished to create expansive, unobstructed fields of fire, while their robust stone foundations were ingeniously incorporated into hastily constructed additional defensive works. Storage areas strategically located throughout the fortress were found to be meticulously packed with vital supplies, including substantial quantities of arrows, sharp spear points, and formidable bronze armor pieces, suggesting that the defenders had indeed been granted sufficient time to prepare for arduous siege conditions, but ultimately proved tragically unable to withstand the final decisive assault. Hattusa, the magnificent capital of the formidable Hittite Empire, arguably endured the most complete and devastating destruction of any major Bronze Age center. The city's definitive abandonment around 1180 BC signified not merely the fall of a single, albeit monumental, settlement, but rather the catastrophic collapse of an entire imperial system that had exerted unparalleled dominion over Anatolia and northern Syria for many centuries. Archaeological evidence meticulously reveals that Hattusa was systematically annihilated and subsequently deliberately abandoned, with its vast population seemingly executing an organized evacuation prior to the ultimate all-consuming conflagration. The royal citadel at Hattusa displays clear indications of careful and premeditated preparation for its abandonment, with valuable objects having been meticulously removed and vital archives apparently transferred to alternative locations before the final destructive events. However, the administrative edifices and sacred temples were thoroughly and systematically burned, generating deep destruction layers containing thousands of invaluable cuneiform tablets that now provide remarkably detailed insights into the empire's concluding period. These ancient documents unveil a grim narrative of escalating military pressures, severe economic difficulties, and pervasive administrative breakdown in the tumultuous years immediately preceding the capital's dramatic fall. The colossal temple complexes at Hattusa were subjected to particularly systematic and thorough destruction. Temple 1, which stood as the largest and most significant religious structure in the entire Hittite world, was meticulously stripped of its valuable fittings before being consumed by fire, with precious bronze cult objects and ornate precious metal decorations apparently removed by the departing populace. The temple's extensive storage areas, which had once housed vast quantities of grain, oil, and other ceremonial offerings, were discovered utterly empty, save for scattered pottery fragments and carbonized organic remnants. Residential areas meticulously excavated throughout Hattusa reveal a consistent pattern of organized evacuation followed by deliberate and systematic destruction. Houses contained remarkably few personal belongings, strongly suggesting that inhabitants had been afforded ample time to gather their cherished possessions before their departure. Yet the buildings themselves were thoroughly and intentionally burned. This distinctive pattern indicates that the city's abandonment was a carefully planned and executed operation by its own population, rather than being the sudden and chaotic outcome of an unforeseen conquest by external hostile forces. The intricate water supply systems that had sustained Hattusa's prodigious population were deliberately sabotaged during the abandonment. Underground channels were painstakingly blocked with strategically placed stones and debris, while surface installations were damaged beyond easy or immediate repair. These calculated actions strongly suggest that the evacuating population intended to prevent the site's reoccupation by hostile forces, thereby effectively denying any potential adversaries the crucial strategic advantages that had originally enabled Hattusa to flourish as an imperial capital. Ugarit's catastrophic destruction around 1185 BC led to the elimination of one of the most cosmopolitan and economically pivotal centers in the entire Late Bronze Age world. The city's strategic position as a vital intermediary between the great regional powers and its extensive commercial networks rendered its loss particularly significant for the broader, overarching collapse of Mediterranean civilization. Archaeological evidence unequivocally reveals that Ugarit, much like other major urban centers, was destroyed with startling suddenness and comprehensive totality, exhibiting no signs of a gradual decline or a partial phased abandonment. The royal palace at Ugarit was consumed by a conflagration so intense and ferocious that bronze objects within it melted and fused inextricably with the stone architectural elements. The palace's extensive archives, comprising thousands of invaluable tablets inscribed in multiple languages and diverse scripts, were serendipitously baked hard by the intense heat, thereby preserving an unparalleled collection of diplomatic correspondence, intricate commercial contracts, and detailed administrative records that now provide unique and invaluable insights into the international system's final, tumultuous period. The very last letters discovered within these archives paint a desperate picture, describing urgent requests for military assistance and alarming reports of seaborne raiders rapidly approaching the coast. Ugarit's destruction was tragically accompanied by the systematic dismantling of its vital commercial infrastructure. Harbor installations suffered extensive damage, with massive stone blocks from quays and warehouses scattered by what appears to have been deliberate and calculated demolition. The city's bustling metalworking quarter, which had proudly produced a vast array of bronze objects for export throughout the Mediterranean basin, shows clear evidence of a hasty and abrupt evacuation, with furnaces abandoned while still containing partially processed materials. The residential areas of Ugarit reveal the same poignant pattern of sudden catastrophe found at other devastated sites. Houses contain widely scattered personal possessions, overturned furniture, and pervasive evidence of fire damage, while the streets are littered with countless pottery fragments and other debris. Several significant hoards of valuable objects, including exquisite silver vessels, precious jewelry, and formidable bronze weapons, were discovered carefully buried in residential areas, indicating that some inhabitants had, in their final moments, found a desperate opportunity to conceal their wealth before either fleeing for their lives or tragically perishing in the unfolding disaster. The profound destruction of Ugarit had immediate and far-reaching consequences for the intricate trade networks spanning the entire eastern Mediterranean. The city's prominent commercial houses had painstakingly maintained extensive trading relationships with partners situated in Cyprus, Egypt, the Aegean, and Mesopotamia, and its sudden elimination created an immense void in the commercial system that proved extraordinarily difficult to fill. Archaeological evidence meticulously gathered from sites throughout the region consistently shows a sharp and precipitous decline in imported goods and luxury items following Ugarit's destruction, vividly indicating the broader and devastating economic impact of its irreplaceable loss. Extensive archaeological surveys conducted across the entire eastern Mediterranean reveal that the catastrophic destruction of major urban centers was tragically accompanied by the widespread abandonment of hundreds of smaller settlements. In Greece alone, over 90% of Mycenaean sites exhibit compelling evidence of destruction or complete abandonment during the tumultuous period between 1200 and 1150 BC. This pervasive pattern extends far beyond the grand palace centers to encompass a multitude of small towns, rural settlements, and specialized sites such as bustling metalwork centers and revered religious sanctuaries. The strikingly systematic nature of this widespread abandonment strongly suggests coordinated attacks by formidable forces demonstrably capable of operating across immense distances and navigating diverse, challenging terrains. Coastal sites were particularly vulnerable to these assaults, with irrefutable evidence of seaborne attacks found at numerous locations throughout the Aegean Islands, along coastal Anatolia, and across the Levantine littoral. However, inland sites also tragically suffered widespread destruction, powerfully indicating that the attackers possessed formidable military capabilities on both maritime and terrestrial fronts. Throughout the ravaged territories, archaeological findings consistently disclose indications of hurried interment practices, wherein precious artifacts were secreted away in locations that suggested their proprietors harbored expectations of recovery once the prevailing perils had abated. These clandestine caches frequently encompass bronze armaments and implements, ornaments crafted from noble metals, and occasionally unprocessed commodities such as copper ingots or silver bars. The pervasive occurrence of such hoards and their consistent material makeup across the region implies that communities universally confronted analogous perils and adopted comparable protective measures. The disintegration of governmental frameworks is strikingly discernible through the abrupt discontinuation of written records at archaeological sites across the impacted zones. Linear B-tablets unearthed from Greek locales cease without warning around 1200 BC, while cuneiform archives originating from Anatolian and Levantine centers exhibit comparable cessation points. This eradication of written communication carried far-reaching repercussions for the dissemination of erudition, the continuity of managerial methodologies, and the preservation of societal customs that had been cultivated across centuries of Bronze Age civilization. Interregional exchange routes that had seamlessly linked disparate settlements across thousands of kilometers fragmented with swiftness in the wake of the devastation of pivotal urban hubs. Subsurface investigations unequivocally reveal a precipitous reduction in the circulation of commodities that had once traversed vast distances, including Cypriot copper, Aegean pottery, Egyptian gold objects, and Mesopotamian cylinder seals. This economic unraveling compelled societies to embrace autarky, resulting in a retreat in technical advancement in areas that had previously depended upon bespoke manufacturing and transcontinental commerce. The dissolution of overarching governance structures precipitated the splintering of formerly cohesive domains into segregated enclaves. In the Hellenic world, the unified Mycenaean palace states yielded to the emergence of modest, autonomous habitations possessing restricted jurisdictional sway. Archaeological evidence vividly demonstrates a striking diminution in settlement footprints, with habitations established after the cataclysm typically occupying but a segment of their Bronze Age predecessors' areas. Demographic figures plummeted precipitously throughout the impacted territories, with population projections indicating a contraction of 3/4 or greater in numerous locales. This demographic implosion stemmed from an amalgamation of factors, including fatalities incurred through conflict, widespread epidemics, severe famine, and mass exodus as communities abandoned ancestral lands in search of refuge and sustenance. The repopulation efforts spanned several hundred years in most regions, with some areas remaining thinly inhabited well into the Iron Age. A retreat in technical prowess coincided with the collapse of specialized craft production systems. The metallurgy of bronze, which had attained unparalleled degrees of refinement during the late Bronze Age, suffered a precipitous downturn as trade networks for raw materials fractured and expert craftsmanship vanished. Ferrous metallurgy, nascent at this juncture, initially yielded artifacts of lesser refinement compared to the superior bronze techniques it progressively superseded. The strata of devastation uncovered across archaeological locales throughout the eastern Mediterranean contain strikingly uniform indications of the calamity's character and chronology. Ceramic typologies, radiocarbon assays, and geological layering interconnections collectively signify a concurrent unraveling transpiring over a quinquagenary period, approximately 50 years. This chronological convergence implies that the agents of ruin commanded the logistical acumen and requisite martial wherewithal necessary to execute synchronized offensives spanning extensive geographies and diverse sovereign domains. The turmoil engulfing the eastern Mediterranean during the latter half of the 13th century BC extended to the Nile's banks during the 5th year of King Merneptah's sovereignty, when a formidable confederation of Libyan clans and external combatants initiated an unparalleled offensive on the fertile lowlands of the Nile. This incursion signified the inaugural recorded extensive confrontation between Egypt and the ethnic groups subsequently identified as the Sea Peoples, thereby setting precedents for belligerence that would shape Egypt's external relations for the ensuing 100 years. The peril materialized from the arid expanse to the west, where the Libyan potentate, Mercilessly, had forged an alliance that integrated indigenous North African nomadic fighters with maritime marauders originating from the disintegrating Hellenic and Anatolian civilizations. Merneptah assumed kingship in his advanced years, having held the position of heir apparent under his father, Rameses II, for many score years prior to his enthronement. His sovereignty commenced amidst an era of comparative tranquility, with Egypt's frontiers safeguarded and the imperial governance machinery operating with efficiency after the territorial consolidations accomplished in the preceding 100 years. The freshly crowned monarch received a martial apparatus that had been restructured and modernized during the waning period of Rameses II's dominion, assimilating strategic insights garnered from engagements with the Hittites and diverse Levantine populations. However, no precedent in Egypt's martial annals had equipped the realm for the magnitude and character of the threat destined to manifest from the Occidental frontiers. The coalition of Libyan forces that defied Egypt's sovereignty represented a profound divergence from conventional modes of arid land combat. Prior engagements with North African clans had customarily entailed comparatively minor marauding contingents, aiming to procure cattle, prisoners, or transient ingress to Nilotic provisions during times of aridity. These encounters, while occasionally necessitating substantial martial reactions, had largely been confined within recognized parameters of border protection and interstate parley. The alliance forged by Mercilessly, however, commanded both formidable numbers and sophisticated logistical capabilities requisite to jeopardize Egypt's sovereign domain in a manner unparalleled since the Hyksos era, the Second Intermediate Period. Subsurface findings from outposts on Egypt's occidental periphery reveal comprehensive readiness measures for the impending conflict. Defensive bastions at sites such as Zawiyet el-Rakam, erected during the dominion of Rameses II, were strengthened and enlarged during Merneptah's nascent rule. These bulwarks integrated cutting-edge martial architectural methods, including interlocking arcs of engagement from bowman stations, redundant portal configurations engineered to funnel assailants into lethal sectors, and subterranean provisions depots able to support garrisons throughout prolonged blockades. The magnitude of these ramparts suggests that Nilotic strategists foresaw dangers substantially graver than customary Libyan incursions. The constitution of Marir's alliance illuminated the interwoven character of the upheaval impacting the entirety of the Levant and Aegean. In addition to conventional Libyan clan detachments from the Meshwesh and other Occidental groups, the Confederation encompassed significant quantities of external combatants possessing unique armaments and combat methodologies that identified their provenance as the disintegrating cultures of the Hellenic and Anatolian spheres. Nilotic pictorial representations of these external formations furnish elaborate graphic testimony of their visage, armaments, and strategic arrangement, presenting vital discernment into the dynamics of demographic shifts that were reconfiguring the antique globe. The stele of Merneptah, uncovered at Wasit, Thebes, and currently enshrined within the Egyptian Museum in the capital, Cairo, offers the preeminent contemporaneous narrative of the belligerents and its combatants. This monolithic granite edifice, soaring beyond 3 meters in height and adorned with sacred carved symbols, recounts the incursion and Egypt's triumphant rejoinder in a lexicon blending conventional royal self-aggrandizement with remarkably precise particulars about the adversarial legions and the progression of the offensive. The stele pinpoints distinct external factions within the Confederation, furnishing the initial unequivocal textual proof for ethnicities destined to persistently contest Nilotic dominion for successions of eras. Per the monument's inscription, the Libyan alliance comprised detachments of Ekwesh, characterized as combatants wielding bronze blades and circular bucklers who engaged in dense ranks. These fighters are portrayed clad in characteristic short skirts and bearing armaments markedly distinct from conventional Nilotic or North African gear. Their operational deployment, as detailed in Egyptian martial records, entailed synchronized assaults aimed at shattering adversarial arrays via concentrated impact, a methodology indicative of martial customs originating from Hellenic or Anatolian combat paradigms. The Teresh component of Marir's army, however, posed distinct difficulties for Nilotic protectors. These warriors are described as skilled bowmen and agile light infantry, who utilized rapid strike and withdraw maneuvers intended to disorganize Nilotic battle arrays before vanishing into rugged landscapes. Their gear featured sophisticated composite bows, missiles with bronze points, and minimal defensive plating, prioritizing swiftness over imperviousness. Nilotic martial archives reveal that neutralizing Teresh stratagems necessitated alterations to conventional Nilotic combat protocols, including the stationing of dedicated agile foot soldiers and the formulation of novel chase methodologies. The invading coalition demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of military strategy, which notably included the development of new, highly effective pursuit techniques. These innovative methods allowed their forces to maintain relentless pressure on retreating adversaries, thereby maximizing the impact of their initial assaults and preventing enemy regrouping. Such tactical refinements underscored the advanced preparation and diverse military doctrines present within the Confederation's ranks. The formidable Lucca warriors, whose presence was not unknown to the Egyptian military from prior skirmishes in Anatolia under preceding pharaohs, constituted yet another crucial element within the invading confederation. These formidable combatants contributed a profound mastery of siegecraft and rugged mountain fighting, talents that proved exceptionally advantageous as the military campaign progressed into its subsequent stages. Ancient Egyptian artistic depictions, specifically reliefs, vividly portray Lucca detachments furnished with an array of specialized apparatus, including robust scaling ladders and formidable siege hooks, meticulously crafted for the direct assault on entrenched fortifications. Their incorporation into Murayer's assembled armies endowed the alliance with strategic proficiencies that had been conspicuously absent from the conventional battle tactics employed by Libyan factions in past conflicts. The enigmatic Sheridan, figures who had intermittently surfaced in Egyptian annals as both formidable adversaries and dependable confederates throughout earlier dynastic periods, furnished the burgeoning coalition with invaluable naval acumen and sophisticated amphibious assault proficiencies. These skilled seafarers commanded a profound comprehension of advanced shipbuilding methodologies and intricate maritime combat strategies, which critically empowered the combined forces to synchronize their terrestrial offensives with sophisticated seaborne maneuvers along the extensive Delta coastline. Furthermore, extant Egyptian naval chronicles recount detailed engagements with Sheridan craft, characterized by their robust bronze-reinforced rams and manned by seasoned warriors meticulously schooled in aggressive boarding actions and swift, devastating coastal raiding tactics. Completing the diverse international composition of Murayer's formidable alliance were the contingents of the Shekelesh, who introduced into the fray their specialized metallurgical mastery and highly developed capabilities in weapon fabrication. Post-campaign archaeological discoveries have unearthed a trove of bronze armaments and implements, each bearing unequivocal technological imprints unmistakably indicative of Shekelesh manufacturing processes. These recovered artifacts conclusively demonstrate the Shekelesh's command of intricate alloying procedures and advanced thermal treatment techniques, which collectively yielded weaponry demonstrably superior in numerous aspects to the conventional bronze implements crafted by ancient Egyptian artisans. The concerted movement of the Confederated forces towards the fertile Nile Delta commenced precisely within the flooding season of Pharaoh Merneptah's 5th year on the throne, a period when the yearly inundation traditionally afforded Egypt inherent, formidable defensive bulwarks. Nevertheless, Murayer's invading contingents exhibited an astute comprehension of the intricate Egyptian seasonal cycles, meticulously orchestrating their arrival to align with moments when the expansive floodwaters would severely impede Egyptian military movement, concurrently furnishing the invaders with unconventional pathways across what was ordinarily considered impassable topography. This remarkably precise strategic synchronization strongly intimates that the coalition had acquired exceptionally comprehensive intelligence regarding Egypt's defensive configurations and its inherent seasonal frailties. The vanguard of the Egyptian frontier reconnaissance units initially relayed intelligence concerning the coalition's impending arrival in the vicinity of the Siwa Oasis, a strategic location where forward-deployed elements of the invading force had already meticulously established logistical supply depots and meticulously executed preliminary scouting maneuvers. These inaugural encounters unequivocally unveiled the colossal and unparalleled magnitude of the impending peril, with conservative assessments projecting the coalition's aggregate strength to exceed 20,000 seasoned combatants, augmented by a considerable multitude of non-belligerents, encompassing entire families, vast herds of livestock, and extensive baggage convoys. The palpable presence of women, young children, and an array of domestic possessions unequivocally signified that this was far from a transient marauding excursion, but rather an authentic, large-scale transmigration intent on securing enduring habitation within the sovereign domains of Egypt. Pharaoh Merneptah's decisive reaction to the escalating crisis served to illuminate both the inherent robustness and the discernible constraints of the new kingdom's sophisticated military infrastructure. The sovereign issued a royal decree for the comprehensive activation of Egypt's highly trained professional armed forces, a vast assembly that encompassed elite chariot squadrons dispatched from the venerable cities of Memphis and Thebes, formidable infantry divisions systematically conscripted from both Upper and Lower Egypt, and diverse auxiliary contingents drawn from the loyal Nubian territories and other allied populace. This monumental mobilization effort necessitated a period of several months for its full completion, during which the encroaching coalition persistently maintained its westward trajectory towards the strategic entry points of the Delta. The formidable Egyptian military apparatus that ultimately coalesced to confront this existential menace epitomized the zenith of countless centuries of sustained martial evolution and meticulous organizational refinement. The formidable chariot forces constituted the preeminent offensive spearhead of the Egyptian military, their magnificent vehicles meticulously fabricated within royal ateliers utilizing only the most exquisite and superior materials procurable. Each individual chariot was manned by a highly specialized two-person crew, a skilled driver whose primary duty encompassed precise vehicle control and adept tactical navigation across the battlefield, and a formidable warrior, comprehensively armed with a powerful composite bow, an ample quiver of bronze-tipped arrows, and supplementary armaments for the exigencies of close-quarters engagement. The chariots themselves were ingeniously constructed with remarkably lightweight wooden frameworks, strategically fortified with gleaming bronze fittings, while their spoked wheels were expertly engineered for unparalleled velocity and agile maneuverability. Furthermore, integral leather components afforded crucial flexibility, simultaneously ensuring robust structural resilience. The diverse infantry formations comprised both heavily armored and more agile light troops, systematically structured into divisions, each hypothetically encompassing approximately 5,000 combatants. Though the practical numerical strengths fluctuated substantially contingent upon recruitment efficacy and the specific operational demands of the campaign. The heavy infantry, the bulwark of the ground forces, were typically armed with formidable bronze-tipped spears and protected by robust rectangular shields, expertly fashioned from resilient wood and toughened leather. They were further clad in intricate bronze scale armor, which afforded substantial defensive coverage without unduly compromising their essential battlefield mobility. In contrast, the light infantry fulfilled crucial roles as agile skirmishers and proficient archers, furnished with potent composite bows, keen bronze daggers, and deliberately minimal armor, a choice that prioritized swiftness and tactical adaptability above extensive defensive capacity. The pivotal and ultimate confrontation transpired within the expansive Western Delta region, in close proximity to the contemporary archaeological site of Komar, where the inherent topographical contours ingeniously funneled the advancing coalition into a landscape eminently suited for Egyptian strategic military positioning. Pharaoh Merneptah's forces had meticulously constructed formidable defensive emplacements, skillfully leveraging extant natural impediments, while simultaneously ensuring unimpeded lines of sight for their formidable archer contingents and unobstructed avenues for the thunderous charges of their chariotry. The very locale of this momentous engagement, situated approximately 150 kilometers distant from the ancient capital of Memphis, served as a stark testament to the coalition's alarming success in deeply infiltrating Egyptian sovereign territory prior to encountering any substantial, organized opposition. Ancient Egyptian military chronicles vividly delineate a protracted, multi-day engagement that commenced with preliminary skirmishes between the forward elements of both armies, progressively intensifying into a full-scale, generalized confrontation involving the entire formidable might of each belligerent force. The coalition's initial, fervent offensives were primarily directed against the elite Egyptian chariot squadrons, an explicit endeavor to negate Egypt's paramount tactical superiority through a relentless barrage of concentrated missile fire and meticulously orchestrated infantry charges. Nevertheless, the intrinsic tactical adaptability and exemplary coordination inherent within the Egyptian ranks ultimately triumphed, as their swift chariot forces executed decisive flanking maneuvers that effectively fractured the coalition's formations and forged opportune openings for subsequent infantry advances. The pivotal inflection point of the protracted engagement materialized when the Egyptian forces successfully accomplished the critical objective of severing Mercilessly's central command group from the overwhelming majority of the coalition's combatants. Egyptian chariots, executing their maneuvers in impeccably coordinated squadrons, effectively breached the enemy's defensive lines, subsequently apprehending or neutralizing pivotal leadership figures, a group that tragically included direct members of Mercilessly's own immediate family. This profound tactical triumph engendered widespread disarray and profound disorientation throughout the coalition's ranks, thereby empowering the Egyptian infantry to exploit emergent vulnerabilities and gaping fissures within the enemy's formations. The subsequent catastrophic collapse of centralized command precipitated the rapid disintegration of the coalition's collective unity, compelling disparate contingents to embark on uncoordinated, independent withdrawals instead of sustaining a cohesive and organized resistance. The official Egyptian casualty reports, meticulously documented within royal annals, assert remarkably negligible losses for their own forces when juxtaposed against the catastrophic devastation visited upon the Confederated armies. While these numerical declarations are unquestionably indicative of the pervasive propaganda imperatives intrinsic to royal inscriptions, rather than precise battlefield metrics, the compelling archaeological findings unearthed from the actual site of the engagement lend substantial credence to the assertion that Egyptian forces indeed secured an unequivocal and decisive triumph. The extensive array of weaponry and military accoutrements strewn across the former battleground encompasses a plethora of artifacts of foreign provenance, serving as irrefutable corroboration of the heterogeneous makeup of Mercilessly's coalition and, by extension, the expansive international dimension of the conflict itself. The immediate repercussions and subsequent investigations following the momentous battle unequivocally laid bare the authentic grandeur of the coalition's aspirations and the comprehensive nature of Egypt's resounding victory. Egyptian military detachments successfully apprehended in excess of 9,000 captives, a significant proportion of whom comprised women and children, thereby strongly intimating that entire communal populations had actively engaged in this audacious migratory endeavor. Vast herds of livestock, estimated to number in the tens of thousands, were systematically confiscated, alongside a considerable cache of bronze weaponry, essential tools, and an assortment of other equipment, all of which furnished invaluable intelligence pertaining to the coalition's diverse origins and its inherent operational capacities. The meticulous handling of the prisoners of war in the wake of the decisive engagement served as a compelling testament to Egyptian administrative astuteness and their forward-thinking strategic calculus concerning impending security exigencies. Instead of the conventional practices of executing vanquished combatants or consigning them to the bonds of servitude, Pharaoh Merneptah's sagacious administration opted to integrate a substantial number of these individuals directly into Egyptian military service, with a particular emphasis on those possessing highly specialized proficiencies in areas such as metallurgy, advanced shipbuilding, or sophisticated siege warfare. This pragmatic policy underscored both an astute approach to resource optimization and a clear acknowledgement that the unique talents inherent in these foreign combatants could significantly augment and enrich Egypt's own martial capacities. The immediate and profound repercussions of this momentous victory resonated far beyond the confines of the actual battleground. Egyptian dominion over the vital Western Delta region was unequivocally and robustly reasserted, a measure further solidified by the expeditious construction of novel fortress installations at meticulously chosen strategic junctures, expressly designed to thwart any prospective incursions by future coalitions. Moreover, the extensive array of confiscated equipment and the voluminous intelligence gleaned from the captured personnel furnished invaluable insights into the prevailing conditions across the Aegean and Anatolian territories, thereby empowering Egyptian strategic architects to more comprehensively grasp the overarching geopolitical crisis that was then engulfing the wider eastern Mediterranean sphere. Furthermore, Pharaoh Merneptah's resounding triumph reverberated with substantial diplomatic ramifications throughout the entire geopolitical landscape of the region. Egyptian national prestige, which had experienced a discernible decline during the twilight years of Ramesses II's lengthy reign, owing to a confluence of economic adversities and administrative complexities, was spectacularly rehabilitated by the unequivocal vanquishing of such a formidable and diverse coalition. Concomitantly, long-standing tributary agreements with various Asiatic polities were re-established upon terms demonstrably advantageous to Egypt, whilst prospective adversaries scattered across the region were compelled to critically re-evaluate their prior estimations of Egypt's formidable military prowess and operational capacities. The precise identification of distinct foreign contingents operating within Murayer's formidable coalition furnished the discerning Egyptian intelligence apparatus with profoundly significant insights regarding the sweeping demographic shifts fundamentally altering the geopolitical landscape of the ancient world. The undeniable proliferation of both Aegean and Anatolian populations in such substantial quantities unequivocally substantiated the hypothesis that the catastrophic disintegration of Bronze Age civilizations was actively spawning immense tides of displaced peoples, desperately seeking fresh domains for permanent habitation and reconstruction. Such meticulously gathered strategic intelligence would subsequently prove immeasurably beneficial during subsequent military confrontations with analogous groups, not only throughout the entirety of Pharaoh Merneptah's extensive reign, but also in the epochs that followed. The crucial strategic insights gleaned from Pharaoh Merneptah's intense engagements with the formidable Libyan coalition and their diverse foreign confederates would ultimately prove indispensable for his illustrious successor, Ramesses III, who assumed the regal mantle around 1186 BC, destined to confront an even more menacing and unprecedented existential threat. This new sovereign found himself presiding over an Egypt that, remarkably, had managed to successfully navigate and endure the tempestuous initial waves of demographic upheaval emanating from the rapidly disintegrating Bronze Age world. Though not without significant strain, yet this period of relative calm, a fleeting interlude, ultimately proved to be tragically ephemeral. Indeed, in the 5th and 8th regnal years of Ramesses III, meticulously orchestrated and synchronized incursions by expansive Sea Peoples coalitions would push the venerable Egyptian military capabilities to their very breaking point, culminating in a series of colossal naval confrontations that stand historically as the most extensive and technologically advanced maritime battles ever witnessed in the annals of antiquity. Pharaoh Ramesses III's ascension to the exalted throne transpired amidst a deceptive epoch of apparent tranquility, a fragile calm that artfully concealed the relentless and profound decay of socio-political and economic conditions reverberating across the entire eastern Mediterranean basin. However, the sophisticated Egyptian intelligence apparatus, significantly augmented and refined in the wake of Merneptah's strategic triumphs, furnished exhaustive and granular dispatches chronicling the ceaseless devastation unfolding across vast swathes of Anatolia, the fertile Levant, and the scattered Aegean islands. The pervasive, systematic disintegration of established urban centers, intricate trans-regional trade arteries, and foundational political authorities within these afflicted territories consequently unleashed immense and uncontrollable population movements, a phenomenon that astute Egyptian strategic planners acutely perceived would, with unyielding certainty, ultimately impinge upon the sanctity and prosperity of the Nile Valley itself. In stark contrast to his esteemed predecessor, who had predominantly contended with terrestrial incursions originating from the desolate western desert frontiers, Pharaoh Ramesses III was destined to engage adversaries endowed with remarkably sophisticated naval proficiencies and extensive maritime combat acumen, honed over countless decades of relentless seaborne raiding, plunder, and territorial subjugation. The emergent Sea Peoples coalition, manifesting its formidable presence during Ramesses III's dominion, signified a profound and transformative evolution from the disparate forces that Merneptah had previously confronted and vanquished. Whereas antecedent groups had largely functioned as subordinate auxiliary detachments integrated within larger Libyan tribal confederations, this novel and menacing threat coalesced into highly organized, autonomous maritime powers, demonstrably capable of orchestrating and executing independent strategic maneuvers across immense geographical expanses of ocean and coastline. These formidable maritime peoples were demonstrably equipped with remarkably sophisticated shipbuilding technologies, exceptionally advanced metallurgical proficiencies, and highly evolved military traditions, which skillfully integrated foundational elements inherited from the shattered civilizations of the preceding Bronze Age epoch, with pioneering innovations meticulously forged and refined throughout their arduous years of protracted displacement and incessant conflict. Amongst this formidable new coalition, the Palisettes swiftly distinguished themselves as the preeminent and most militarily proficient contingent, asserting a dominant presence. Extensive archaeological findings unearthed from their subsequent settlement territories in the southern Levant convincingly illustrate a people endowed with profound urban planning expertise, remarkably sophisticated pottery production methodologies, and exceptional metallurgical prowess, enabling them to fabricate weaponry and implements demonstrably superior to much of the contemporary equipment then in circulation. Their intricate military organizational structure seamlessly assimilated tactical and strategic doctrines from both Aegean and Anatolian warfare traditions, notably featuring the revolutionary deployment of iron weaponry, which conferred upon them a decisive and formidable tactical superiority over adversaries who remained largely dependent on the more antiquated bronze armaments. The Palisette warriors, vividly immortalized in the intricate Egyptian battle reliefs adorning the walls of Medinet Habu, were characterized by their highly distinctive feathered headdresses, which unequivocally served as their most iconic and readily identifiable visual attribute. These meticulously crafted and elaborate head coverings, seemingly fashioned from numerous ostrich plumes meticulously arranged in striking, radiating patterns, fulfilled a dual role, encompassing both profound ceremonial significance and crucial practical utility. They effectively augmented the perceived stature and ferocity of individual combatants, rendering them more imposing and psychologically daunting to their foes, concurrently facilitating crucial unit recognition and cohesion amidst the chaotic fluidity of complex battlefield maneuvers. Their protective panoply comprised robust bronze scale corselets, donned atop sturdy linen tunics, complemented by bronze greaves meticulously designed to safeguard their lower legs during the intense and perilous close-quarters combat engagements. The diverse array of weaponry wielded by the Palisette forces unmistakably evinced a remarkable degree of technological sophistication, a testament to their deep-rooted origins within the highly advanced Bronze Age civilizations that once flourished across the Aegean and Anatolian regions. Their principal armaments encompassed elongated bronze swords, expertly forged for both potent thrusting and devastating slashing attacks, alongside bronze-tipped spears featuring robust, reinforced wooden shafts and formidable round shields meticulously constructed from bronze-reinforced leather, tautly stretched over resilient wooden frames. Numerous archaeological specimens of Palisette weaponry unveil evidence of sophisticated metallurgical techniques, such as the intricate process of pattern welding, precision differential hardening for superior edge retention, and elaborate decorative inlays, thereby seamlessly merging exceptional functional efficacy with refined artistic embellishment. The naval prowess of the Palisette constituted, arguably, their single most formidable and strategically pivotal military advantage. Their impressive vessels, meticulously reconstructed through the careful analysis of Egyptian artistic portrayals and compelling archaeological vestiges recovered from subsequent settlement locations, showcased highly advanced design characteristics specifically engineered to facilitate extensive long-distance voyaging across open seas and to enable highly effective combat operations at sea. These maritime craft typically spanned an impressive length of 20 to 25 meters, distinguished by their elevated prows and sterns, which were elaborately adorned with stylized bird-head ornaments, features that concurrently fulfilled profound religious symbolism and crucial practical identification functions within their fleets. The intricate construction of these ships employed exceptionally sophisticated joinery techniques, resulting in the creation of hulls that were simultaneously flexible enough to absorb impact and remarkably durable, rendering them fully capable of enduring the immense stresses inherent in navigating treacherous open ocean conditions and executing aggressive combat maneuvers. The tech contingent, an integral component within the formidable Sea Peoples Coalition, contributed an invaluable and highly specialized mastery in the intricate arts of siege warfare and sophisticated fortification methodologies. Ancient Egyptian chronicles vividly portray tech warriors as exceptionally adept in executing aggressive assault operations against heavily fortified positions, proficiently deploying an array of specialized scaling equipment, imposing siege towers, and insidious undermining techniques, all indicative of their profound and extensive practical experience gleaned from numerous urban warfare engagements. Their personal gear encompassed resilient bronze-reinforced leather armor, which afforded crucial protection without compromising the essential mobility required for dynamic assault maneuvers, alongside an assortment of specialized implements meticulously engineered for the efficient breaching of defensive walls and secure gates. The tech military organizational structure placed significant emphasis on agile small unit tactics and autonomous operational execution, a philosophy that empowered their forces to operate with remarkable efficacy across vastly diverse terrains and in myriad tactical scenarios. Their combatants typically functioned in cohesive groups, numbering between 10 and 20 individuals, led by seasoned commanders who were vested with the crucial authority to spontaneously adapt tactical approaches based on immediate local conditions, obviating the need for time-consuming approvals from superior command echelons. Such inherent organizational flexibility proved singularly advantageous during complex amphibious operations, a domain where the swift and decisive adaptation to rapidly evolving circumstances frequently served as the critical determinant between triumphant success and catastrophic failure. The Denian, another pivotal component of the coalition, contributed an exceptional and advanced understanding of metallurgy and sophisticated weapon manufacturing processes, thereby significantly augmenting the collective military capabilities of the entire Sea Peoples' formidable forces. Compelling archaeological findings from sites directly linked to Denian settlement patterns expose the existence of highly sophisticated bronze working facilities, demonstrably capable of mass-producing an extensive arsenal of weapons and essential tools in quantities ample enough to outfit vast military formations. Their refined metallurgical techniques encompassed cutting-edge alloying practices, which yielded bronze of unparalleled hardness and superior durability when juxtaposed against many contemporary examples from other cultures. Denian warriors particularly excelled in the art of missile warfare, skillfully wielding composite bows of an exceptionally advanced design, instruments capable of penetrating even robust bronze armor at remarkable distances, often surpassing 200 meters. Their meticulously crafted arrows were tipped with bronze points, each featuring specialized designs tailored for distinct tactical applications. Bodkin points engineered for optimal armor penetration, broadheads designed to inflict maximum tissue damage, and incendiary fire arrows strategically deployed for assailing wooden structures and enemy vessels. The exceptional precision and extended range afforded by the Denian archery units furnished the coalition with profound tactical superiorities during both intense land-based confrontations and critical naval engagements, influencing the outcomes decisively. Washesh contingents furnished invaluable specialized expertise in amphibious warfare and intricate coastal raiding operations, skills that proved absolutely pivotal during the coalition's devastating assault upon the highly strategic Nile Delta region. These adept warriors demonstrated a profound and granular understanding of complex tidal patterns, nuanced coastal geography, and sophisticated beach assault techniques, capabilities that facilitated meticulously coordinated attacks, seamlessly integrating both naval and land-based forces. Their distinctive ships were characterized by shallow drafts and robust, reinforced construction, design attributes that specifically enabled them to operate with unparalleled efficacy within treacherous coastal waters and narrow river mouths, areas where bulkier, larger vessels would be entirely unable to navigate safely. The military accoutrements of the Washesh conspicuously prioritized mobility and versatility, with their warriors typically bearing lighter armor and weaponry meticulously crafted for swift deployment and highly adaptable tactical utilization across various scenarios. Their principal armaments consisted of bronze-tipped javelins, ingeniously designed for both effective thrown projectiles and direct thrusting attacks, alongside curved swords, specifically optimized for the intense demands of close-quarters combat, and compact round shields that offered essential protection while simultaneously preserving maximum operational mobility. This carefully considered equipment configuration consequently empowered Washesh units to perform with remarkable versatility, serving effectively as both formidable naval boarding parties during maritime engagements and agile light infantry during land-based operations. The Shechesh, a tribal group already well known to Egyptian military forces due to their prior involvement in Merneptah's earlier coalition, reappeared during the reign of Ramesses III as a markedly more cohesive, organized, and militarily refined force. Their sustained and recurrent participation within subsequent Sea Peoples coalitions vividly underscored the relentless and enduring character of the vast population migrations impacting the Eastern Mediterranean, concurrently illustrating the dynamic evolution and enhancement of these diverse groups' military capabilities across successive generations. It was evident that Shechesh warriors had assiduously assimilated crucial lessons from their previous setbacks, systematically integrating novel equipment and refined tactical approaches that demonstrably reflected their progressively accumulated and hard-won combat experience. The naval contingents of the Shechesh dedicated themselves to specialized commerce raiding and strategic blockade operations, meticulously targeting vital Egyptian supply lines and essential trade arteries. Their purpose-built ships were distinguished by robust, reinforced hull construction and formidable bronze-reinforced rams, design elements that empowered them to execute highly effective and devastating attacks against enemy merchant vessels and crucial transport ships. The sophisticated economic warfare tactics orchestrated by Shechesh units strategically augmented the direct military engagements undertaken by other coalition members, achieving this by severely disrupting Egyptian logistical networks and significantly diminishing the kingdom's inherent capacity to sustain protracted and demanding military campaigns. During Ramesses III's fifth regnal year, the Confederation of Sea Peoples exhibited an elaborate strategic foresight and intricate logistical arrangements that surpassed all prior Egyptian military intelligence assessments. Rather than executing a singular, concentrated assault, these maritime invaders deployed a concerted, simultaneous offensive from various directions, posing concurrent dangers to vital Egyptian zones along the Mediterranean coast, within the Nile Delta, and across the kingdom's Asiatic frontiers. This unprecedented level of synchronicity severely strained Egypt's capacity for defense, compelling a dispersal of its military assets and denying the strategic advantage of unified command that had facilitated Merneptah's earlier triumphs. The opening salvo of this grand military endeavor commenced with maritime incursions against vital littoral infrastructure and commercial hubs. These aggressive seaborne assaults, conducted by combined Peliset and Washesh naval forces, specifically aimed at crucial harbor facilities, logistical depots, and naval construction yards that underpinned the very fabric of Egypt's seaborne trade and its naval prowess. The raids were characterized by their meticulous accuracy and synchronized execution, with attackers demonstrating an intimate understanding of Egypt's shoreline fortifications and the precise locations of valuable targets. Egyptian coastal fortifications, primarily engineered to repel conventional land-based threats, proved utterly unprepared for the novel strategies of seaborne aggression employed by the Sea People's forces. The strongholds that had previously repelled desert incursions by Libyans were devoid of the necessary maritime backing and bespoke gear to effectively counter amphibious attacks. Furthermore, coastal watchtowers, initially designed to provide early warning of approaching enemies, found their utility severely curtailed by the swiftness and maneuverability of the Sea People's naval forces. The Sea People's relentless progression toward the Nile Delta represented the campaign's pivotal juncture, as a successful penetration would grant them entry into the fertile core of Egypt's food production and its governmental nerve centers. Intelligence reports reaching Ramesses III described an immense confederated army moving south along the Levantine coast, methodically laying waste to or seizing control of Egyptian client states and friendly domains. The rapidity of their progression, combined with concurrent maritime maneuvers reported in the eastern Mediterranean, revealed a level of concerted action far surpassing what Egyptian strategists had anticipated regarding the Sea People's organizational acumen. Ramesses III's response to this unparalleled danger necessitated calling to arms the full spectrum of Egypt's armed forces while simultaneously conceiving novel methods of engagement specifically tailor-made to neutralize the unique strengths of the Sea Peoples. The pharaoh ordered the construction of bespoke maritime craft, equipped for combat operations in the constricted waterways of the Nile Delta, where conventional Egyptian fluvial vessels would be demonstrably insufficient against purpose-built warships. These new vessels featured robust structural integrity, prow-mounted bronze battering rams, and raised combat decks, which afforded Egyptian combatants the capacity to contend with the Sea People's fleet on a level playing field. The monumental maritime confrontation, destined to decide the fate of the entire military endeavor, occurred in the eastern delta, where the Pelusiac arm of the great river offered the Sea People's armies a pathway into the heartland of Egypt, while simultaneously limiting their maneuverability and strategic choices within the more restricted channels. The architects of Egyptian military strategy understood that compelling the naval clash within these confined aquatic environments would effectively negate numerous benefits that Sea People's naval forces had exhibited in the vast expanse of the open sea. The careful choice of the engagement location showcased a profound comprehension of naval tactical principles and evinced Egypt's remarkable capacity for innovation in formulating novel military doctrines. The engagement began when Sea People's naval forces, progressing in meticulously arranged naval arrays, met with the pre-established Egyptian defensive positions established at strategic points along the waterway. Egyptian forces had prepared intricate fortifications, including submerged impediments, incendiary vessels strategically placed for deployment at optimal moments, and emplacements for archers on either side of the river, designed to create a lethal crossfire across the water. These preparations were the culmination of several months of meticulous forethought and underscored Egypt's considerable aptitude in engineering, successfully modifying established methods of besieging strongholds for the exigencies of maritime conflict. The battle reliefs carved on the walls of Ramesses III's mortuary temple at Medinet Habu provide the singularly comprehensive pictorial account of ancient maritime warfare extant today. These elaborate artistic representations show Egyptian and Sea People's vessels locked in fierce close combat, with warriors battling from raised decks while ships navigated strategically for tactical advantage. The reliefs lay bare precise particulars regarding ship design, the deployment of armaments, and the arrangements of naval units, which offer unparalleled understanding into the maritime combat methodologies of the Bronze Age. Egyptian ships depicted in the Medinet Habu reliefs feature unique structural characteristics that set them apart from the vessels of their Sea People's adversaries. Egyptian vessels exhibited greater height above the waterline and more complex upper-deck constructions that afforded elevated vantage points for ranged combatants like archers and spearmen. Their construction prioritized steadiness and protective strength above swiftness and agility. Indicative of strategic doctrines designed to amplify Egyptian supremacy in projectile weaponry, while simultaneously mitigating the effectiveness of the Sea People's demonstrable prowess in hand-to-hand fighting techniques. Sea People's vessels, conversely, displayed a more reduced silhouette and a hydrodynamic design that underscored swiftness and nimbleness. Their ships were equipped with conspicuous battering rams positioned at the water level, alongside raised fore and aft sections adorned with avian-headed embellishments. The vessel's construction appears seemingly perfected for kinetic impact assaults and ship-to-ship incursions, with a deliberately sparse upper-deck arrangement which would have contributed to a lighter overall mass, while simultaneously furnishing unencumbered deck areas conducive to the free movement of combatants during engagements. The armaments and gear depicted in the Medinet Habu battle scenes offer comprehensive testimony to the engineering and manufacturing prowess of both factions. Egyptian combatants are shown utilizing sophisticated composite bows, arrows tipped with bronze, and elongated spears specifically crafted for piercing assaults launched from raised vantage points. Their equipment highlights a reliance on projectile combat and aggressive engagements initiated from fortified stances, reflecting tactical approaches that capitalized on Egypt's superior logistical and command structures, while simultaneously reducing vulnerability to the Sea People's demonstrated proficiency in close combat expertise. Sea People's warriors depicted in the reliefs carry the unique armaments and gear emblematic of their martial heritage. Peliset combatants are identifiable by their signature feathered headwear, circular bucklers, and elongated bronze blades, while various other contingents exhibited bespoke gear tailored to their specific operational functions. The artistic depictions unveil the wide array of armaments and combat methodologies utilized across the disparate Sea Peoples factions, while simultaneously illustrating their synchronized efforts in intricate combined arms engagements. The operational triumph achieved by the Egyptian military during the Great Naval Battle represented merely a single facet within an expansive historical conundrum that has perplexed academics for more than 100 years. While Ramesses III's victory safeguarded Egypt's sovereignty and evinced the realm's capacity for martial innovation, the true nature and genesis of the Sea Peoples themselves continued to be mysterious even in the eyes of their own contemporaries. Egyptian chroniclers meticulously noted their appellations, illustrated their singular gear and physiognomy, and meticulously catalogued their martial prowess. Yet, the core inquiries regarding their geographical genesis and their connections to established historical entities persist in fueling academic discourse and extensive archaeological exploration. The Peliset, identified as the most militarily potent constituent of the Sea Peoples coalition, arguably offer the most compelling argument for associating these seaborne marauders with recognized historical communities. Substantive archaeological findings from their subsequent habitation zones in the southern Levant disclose cultural artifact trends that powerfully indicate an alignment with the Philistines, a people referenced in biblical texts and other venerable Near Eastern records. Digs conducted at significant locations such as Ashkelon, Ekron, and Gath have brought to light collections of ceramics, structural vestiges, and funerary customs that exhibit unmistakable links to Aegean cultural heritage, while concurrently illustrating their assimilation into the environmental and cultural context of the Levantine conditions. The earthenware artifacts unearthed from the 12th century BC strata at Ashkelon provide particularly persuasive corroboration for their genesis in the Aegean region. Ceramic vessels found there comprise culinary receptacles, large storage containers, and drinking implements that display intrinsic technological and aesthetic characteristics directly attributable to the ceramic conventions of late Helladic 2C3 pottery traditions from mainland Greece and the Aegean islands. These vessels show distinctive tempering techniques, surface treatments, and decorative motifs that were utterly unparalleled within the indigenous Canaanite pottery heritage, but unequivocally illustrate an unbroken lineage with Mycenaean artisanal methods of pottery creation. Mycenaean stirrup vessels, instantly recognizable by their peculiar pseudo-spout and loop handle arrangement, manifest in altered iterations across Philistine archaeological localities throughout the entire duration of the 12th and 11th centuries BC. While these vessels reveal a pragmatic adjustment to indigenous practical needs and accessible resources, the fundamental methods of their fabrication and their inherent dimensional correlations persist in alignment with the original Aegean models. The enduring presence of these pottery conventions across several successive generations of habitation signifies that Philistine societies upheld cultural customs originating from their ancestral territories prior to migration, notwithstanding their altered territorial and governmental environments. Insights gleaned from the architectural remnants within Philistine habitations illuminate comparable trajectories of cultural endurance and assimilation. The distinctive Megaron-style edifices unearthed at prominent locales, such as Tel Kassil and Ekron, unequivocally showcase an understanding of Aegean building methodologies, which stood in stark contrast to the indigenous architectural traditions prevalent across the Levant. These substantial constructions are characterized by quintessential features, including prominent central hearths, often encircled by 4 supporting columns, inviting entrance porches, and intricate proportional alignments that distinctly echo those observed in the grand Mycenaean palatial complexes. The skillful modification of these sophisticated architectural paradigms to suit the prevailing Levantine environmental exigencies, through the ingenious application of native stone and mud brick construction methods, strongly implies the presence of communities that diligently preserved the cultural recollections of their ancestral origins, all while adeptly acclimating to their novel ecological surroundings. Mortuary customs meticulously documented within Philistine necropolises furnish supplementary corroboration for enduring Aegean linkages, simultaneously unveiling the intricate cultural metamorphoses that transpired during their establishment in the region. The expansive cemetery at Ashkelon, precisely dated to the 11th and 10th centuries BC, encompasses a fascinating juxtaposition of both cremation and inhumation interments, thereby underscoring the multifaceted cultural legacies coexisting within Philistine societal structures. Cremation rituals, an infrequent occurrence in conventional Canaanite funerary rites, yet a prevalent practice in late Bronze Age Greece, are observed alongside inhumation burials, which conspicuously illustrate a pragmatic assimilation of indigenous customs and prevailing environmental dictates. The diverse array of grave goods recovered from Philistine sepulchres vividly exemplifies the rich material culture synthesis that was emblematic of these vibrant communities. Distinctive bronze fibulae of Aegean design are found commingled with locally crafted pottery and ornate jewelry, while sophisticated iron weaponry showcases technological advancements that ingeniously fused metallurgical expertise gleaned from a multitude of origins. Furthermore, the discernible presence of imported Cypriot ceramics and other exotic Mediterranean commodities within these burial contexts signifies that Philistine communities assiduously preserved robust commercial ties with their expansive cultural milieu, notwithstanding their considerable geographical translocation. The enigmatic Sherden pose a considerably more intricate quandary regarding their definitive identification, with hypothesized affiliations to the island of Sardinia garnering support from both linguistic indicators and compelling archaeological congruities. Nevertheless, these proposed connections are significantly convoluted by a confluence of chronological discrepancies and vast geographical distances. The striking phonetic resemblance between the appellation Sherden and Sardinia has captivated the scrutiny of erudite scholars since the 19th century, prompting advocates of this identification to highlight shared martial traditions, advanced metallurgical techniques, and distinctive material culture components evident in both historical settings. Despite these intriguing resemblances, the precise nature of the relationship between Bronze Age Sardinian inhabitants and the Sherden, as meticulously chronicled in ancient Egyptian records, continues to be a subject of vigorous academic contention, primarily owing to the scarcity of conclusive archaeological data and the inherent ambiguities surrounding their chronological intersections. The vibrant Sardinian Bronze Age civilization, particularly flourishing throughout its distinctive Nuragic period, unequivocally showcases highly advanced metallurgical proficiencies alongside deeply ingrained warrior traditions, elements that could conceivably be linked to the reputed military prowess of the Sherden. The island's ubiquitous nuraghi, imposing stone tower fortifications meticulously constructed during the second millennium BC, serve as compelling evidence of societies meticulously structured for sustained warfare and robust territorial safeguarding. These formidable edifices, masterfully erected using sophisticated dry stone construction techniques, necessitated the deployment of highly organized labor contingents and specialized engineering acumen, thereby strongly implying the presence of intricate social hierarchies and long-standing martial customs. Exquisite bronze figurines recovered from Sardinian archaeological strata vividly portray warriors adorned with singular weaponry and protective armor, exhibiting notable resemblances to ancient Egyptian artistic renditions of Sherdun combatants. These remarkable bronze sculptures, chronologically situated in the late 2nd and early 1st millennia BC, frequently depict formidable fighters brandishing circular shields, sporting distinctive horned helmets, and armed with finely crafted bronze swords and spears. While it is acknowledged that these artistic representations chronologically succeed the documented appearances of the Sherdun in Egyptian historical accounts, they nonetheless may encapsulate profound cultural legacies that diligently perpetuate the recollection of ancestral warrior methodologies and formidable armaments. Meticulous metallurgical examinations of Sardinian bronze artifacts consistently unveil highly sophisticated alloying methodologies and intricate production processes, which could readily have furnished the formidable technological bedrock for the renowned military capacities attributed to the Sherdun. Sardinian master bronzesmiths were adept at fabricating an array of weapons and implements employing cutting-edge techniques, encompassing precision lost wax casting, intricate pattern welding, and elaborate decorative inlaying, culminating in the creation of objects possessing unparalleled quality and artistry. The island's abundant copper reserves, coupled with its pivotal strategic location within the western Mediterranean basin, would have supplied both essential raw materials and lucrative commercial avenues, thereby potentially sustaining robust warrior societies actively engaged in extensive maritime raiding and professional mercenary endeavors. Nonetheless, the formidable geographical expanse separating Sardinia from the eastern Mediterranean territories, where the Sherdun are historically attested, introduces considerable chronological and formidable logistical impediments, significantly complicating any definitive direct identification. The monumental undertaking of transporting considerable contingents of formidable warriors from the distant shores of Sardinia to the Levantine coast would have necessitated exceptional maritime proficiencies and organizational infrastructures, which may well have surpassed the inherent capabilities of typical Bronze Age societies. Consequently, a range of compelling alternative hypotheses has emerged, positing that Sherdun might have functioned as a generalized Egyptian appellation for various Western Mediterranean populations, rather than serving as a precise ethnic classification. Another compelling viewpoint suggests that the striking similarity in nomenclature could simply represent a fortuitous linguistic coincidence, rather than indicating a direct and verifiable historical affiliation. Among the various Sea Peoples groups, the Luca present arguably the most compelling and robust argument for an unequivocal direct identification with a historically recognized population, primarily owing to the remarkable philological congruence between their name and that of ancient Lycia, situated in the rugged southwestern region of Anatolia. Both Egyptian and Hittite archival sources meticulously chronicle the presence of Luca peoples within distinct Anatolian settings throughout the entire Late Bronze Age, thereby firmly establishing their precise geographical provenance and salient cultural attributes many decades prior to their documented emergence as active participants in the formidable Sea Peoples movements. This extensive historical documentation thus furnishes a remarkably lucid and unbroken historical trajectory, seamlessly linking the Lucca's ancestral homeland preceding any significant migrations, with their subsequent pivotal involvement in powerful maritime raiding confederations. The extensive Hittite archives meticulously preserved at Hattusa yield a plethora of references detailing protracted conflicts with the formidable Luca peoples during the tumultuous 14th and 13th centuries BC. These invaluable documents consistently characterize the Luca as exceptionally skilled warriors, particularly adept in the challenging domains of mountain warfare and sophisticated naval operations. Furthermore, these ancient texts precisely delineate Luca territory as encompassing the arduous coastal and elevated highland districts of southwestern Anatolia, regions that would have naturally served as ideal training grounds, honing the very military proficiencies that rendered them both highly prized allies and exceptionally perilous adversaries. The recurrent and considerable difficulties encountered by the Hittites in asserting dominion over Luca territories strongly intimate the existence of communities imbued with profound warrior traditions and the employment of remarkably efficacious resistance tactics. Archaeological findings meticulously unearthed from various Lycian sites consistently disclose patterns of material culture that are entirely congruent with the formidable military capabilities ascribed to the Luca peoples in contemporaneous historical accounts. Numerous fortified settlements, strategically distributed across the entire region, exhibit compelling indications of highly sophisticated defensive architectural planning and advanced construction methodologies, unequivocally reflecting the presence of communities meticulously structured and perpetually prepared for sustained warfare. The discovery of exquisite bronze weaponry and protective armor within Lycian archaeological contexts further underscores a profound metallurgical expertise and a keen aptitude for innovative weapon design, attributes that would undoubtedly have conferred substantial military superiority during the intense conflicts characteristic of the Bronze Age. The distinctive Lycian rock-cut tombs and other impressive mortuary monuments unequivocally unveil deeply ingrained cultural traditions that placed a paramount emphasis on warrior identity and exceptional martial accomplishment. These remarkably elaborate burial installations, masterfully sculpted directly into sheer cliff faces and frequently embellished with intricate relief sculptures, consistently portray formidable armed warriors and dynamic battle scenes, serving as enduring tributes that extol military prowess and celebrate heroic achievements. The prodigious investment of both precious resources and considerable human labor demanded for the creation of these monumental structures powerfully indicates the existence of societies that profoundly esteemed warrior status and assiduously perpetuated cultural recollections of their martial heritage across numerous successive generations. Furthermore, the compelling linguistic evidence that inextricably links the Luca to subsequent populations furnishes substantial additional corroboration for a profound historical continuity. Lycian inscriptions, dating from the first millennium BC and rendered in an Indo-European language closely allied with Hittite and other prominent Anatolian tongues, meticulously preserve both personal and geographical appellations that demonstrably reveal direct connections to earlier Luca designations meticulously documented in Bronze Age sources. This remarkable linguistic unbrokenness strongly implies that Lycian communities diligently upheld their distinctive cultural and ethnic identities, which were unequivocally derived from their venerable Bronze Age forebears, even amidst the profound political upheavals and extensive social dislocations that characterized the cataclysmic Late Bronze Age collapse. The meticulous linguistic analysis of the enigmatic names attributed to the Sea Peoples has spurred a vast and comprehensive scholarly inquiry, primarily directed towards definitively ascertaining their ethnic affiliations and precise geographical provenances. The invaluable preservation of these appellations within ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic transcriptions offers crucial insights into their probable original pronunciation and intrinsic linguistic characteristics, while acknowledging the inherent constraints of hieroglyphic writing systems, which inevitably introduce ambiguities into precise phonetic reconstruction. Extensive comparative analysis with established Indo-European, Anatolian, and Aegean languages has yielded a diverse array of proposed etymologies, each suggesting distinct potential origins for the various constituent groups of the Sea Peoples. Compelling Indo-European linguistic correlations emerge with remarkable clarity for several of the names associated with the Sea Peoples. Specifically, the Danaian exhibit plausible etymological ties to the Greek term Danaoi, an appellation frequently employed by Homer to denote the Greeks, which may well encapsulate ancient Bronze Age ethnic designations. Such an identification would strategically position the Danaians squarely within the expansive framework of significant Aegean population displacements that ensued in the wake of the catastrophic collapse of the Mycenaean civilization. In a similar vein, the Ekwesh have been linguistically linked to the Homeric Achaeans, another prominent Greek ethnic descriptor, a connection that could credibly signify the active involvement of mainland Greek populations in the tumultuous movements of the Sea Peoples. Linguistic analyses from Anatolia present compelling alternative interpretations regarding the genesis of several names associated with the Sea Peoples. For instance, the Teresh exhibit conceivable etymological links to Tarouissa, an appellation for ancient Troy, attested in venerable Hittite archives from the Bronze Age. Such a connection inherently situates the Teresh amidst the broader narrative of northwestern Anatolian demographic shifts subsequent to the cataclysmic fall of Troy and other significant regional urban centers. The Weshesh, on a similar note, likewise reveal plausible correlations to specific Anatolian topographical nomenclature and ethnonymic classifications, thereby pinpointing their genesis within the expansive geopolitical dominion of the Hittite Empire and its surrounding territories. The scholarly discourse surrounding the political and social organization of the Sea Peoples primarily revolves around pivotal inquiries into their essential character as historical entities. A segment of academics posits the existence of cohesive confederations, asserting that these groups possessed synchronized command hierarchies and pursued shared strategic imperatives spanning numerous military expeditions and diverse geographical territories. This particular viewpoint underscores the perceptible synchronicity of the Sea Peoples' assaults, their unwavering martial prowess, and their evident capacity to execute intricate maneuvers that necessitated considerable logistical frameworks and meticulous forethought. Corroboration for these confederation hypotheses encompasses the recurrent manifestation of various Sea Peoples contingents within ancient Egyptian chronicles, thereby hinting at enduring alliances and sustained cooperative engagements. Furthermore, the sophisticated tactical synergy exhibited during confrontations with Egyptian forces points to command architectures adept at harmonizing disparate martial customs and proficiencies into potent, synchronized military actions. The prolonged duration of the Sea Peoples' undertakings extending over numerous decades, implies an inherent organizational resilience that would undoubtedly have necessitated robust leadership institutions and mutually embraced strategic aims to maintain such enduring momentum. Conversely, divergent scholarly viewpoints portray the Sea Peoples as desperate, displaced multitudes, propelled by sheer exigency rather than being coalesced by shared political aspirations. This particular lens highlights the extensive upheaval and devastation that epitomized the cataclysmic Late Bronze Age collapse, contending that these demographic shifts primarily represented populations in flight from calamities, rather than engaged in synchronized campaigns of territorial acquisition. The pronounced heterogeneity evident in the Sea Peoples' material artifacts, martial accoutrements, and residential configurations further lends credence to interpretations stressing their diverse composition, as opposed to a homogeneous, consolidated structure. An examination of the archaeological record gleaned from the Sea Peoples' settlement zones uncovers distinct patterns which tend to corroborate both aforementioned interpretations, contingent upon particular contexts and specific chronological epochs. Initial phases of their establishment frequently manifest indications of synchronized urban planning and deliberate resource distribution, thereby implying the presence of structured leadership and commonly held objectives. Subsequent eras, however, often disclose an escalating cultural differentiation and regional specificity, signifying a gradual dissolution of more extensive cooperative bonds as individual communities progressively acclimated to their novel environmental and social conditions. A third analytical framework, the opportunistic raider interpretation, offers an additional lens that portrays the Sea Peoples as formidable maritime warrior collectives who adroitly capitalized on the disintegration of established Bronze Age political frameworks to secure both material wealth and geographical dominion. This particular methodology underscores the formidable martial prowess and profound naval acumen which empowered these Sea Peoples' contingents to execute lucrative predatory incursions while simultaneously circumventing the inherent perils linked to overt territorial subjugation. The remarkable pliancy and capacity for adjustment exhibited by these Sea Peoples' communities further buttresses perspectives that highlight their practical, adaptive reactions to evolving conditions, rather than ideologically propelled expansionist agendas. The discernible regional disparities in the Sea Peoples' operational scope and residential configurations furnish corroboration for each of the three aforementioned interpretational methodologies. Certain locales exhibit clear indications of synchronized military endeavors and meticulously planned establishment initiatives, thereby implying a sophisticated confederation-level organizational structure and foresightful strategic deliberation. Conversely, other territories disclose patterns consistent with distressed refugee encampments and the establishment of defensive communal structures, which inherently reflect pressures of dislocation rather than overarching expansionist aims. Yet other specific situations demonstrate instances of expedient capitalization on indigenous vulnerabilities and burgeoning commercial prospects, thereby signaling a practical, responsive adaptation to prevailing conditions. The decisive military reversals suffered at the hands of Rameses, the Third's formidable forces, signified the cessation of extensive Sea Peoples' incursions, though by no means heralded their complete vanishing from the annals of history. Instead of withdrawing back to their enigmatic places of origin or dissipating into utter anonymity, these uprooted communities forged enduring settlements across the expansive eastern Mediterranean basin, thereby profoundly reshaping the demographic composition and cultural tapestry of the entire area. The most efficacious and archaeologically discernible of these colonization endeavors transpired within the southern Levant, where the Peliset contingent notably transmuted into the Philistines, thereby forging a singular urban civilization destined to exert paramount influence over the coastal plain for successive centuries. The foundational genesis of Philistine city-states within the southern Levant stands as one of the most extraordinary illustrations of felicitous cultural assimilation and sophisticated political structuring observed in the ancient world. Instead of endeavoring to replicate the societal blueprints of their vanished Bronze Age ancestral lands, these erstwhile sea peoples innovated novel paradigms of urban governance and spatial arrangement, which judiciously synthesized components from their Aegean cultural patrimony with pragmatic adjustments necessitated by the unique Levantine environment. Extensive archaeological endeavors conducted at prominent sites such as Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gath have unveiled evidence of remarkably sophisticated urban planning, which thoughtfully integrated advanced hydrological drainage networks, dedicated zones for specialized artisanal production, and robust defensive fortifications, all meticulously engineered to safeguard burgeoning commercial hubs. Among these, Gaza rose to prominence as the uppermost of the primary Philistine urban nuclei. Its strategic location, affording it considerable sway over vital trade arteries linking Egypt with the fertile Levantine hinterland. Further explorations within the city's venerable districts have brought to light substantial architectural constructions fashioned from mud brick, confidently dated to the 12th century BC, encompassing expansive residential compounds featuring interior courtyards, ample storage provisions, and dedicated artisan workshop spaces. The ceramic assemblages recovered from these foundational strata conspicuously illustrate the technological thread of continuity that inextricably linked Philistine pottery traditions to their Mycenaean antecedents, concurrently showcasing a swift and efficient adaptation to indigenous clay resources and evolving utilitarian demands. The intricate urban blueprint of nascent Gaza discloses planning tenets that diverged markedly from the conventional organizational structures of Canaanite cities. Thoroughfares exhibited a more rectilinear and ordered configuration than was customarily encountered in contemporaneous Bronze Age Levantine settlements, accompanied by compelling indications of centralized civic planning that meticulously designated discrete zones for various economic pursuits. Establishments dedicated to metalworking were strategically grouped within specified districts, ensuring that predominant air currents effectively dissipated smoke away from densely populated residential sectors, whereas ceramic manufacturing facilities were judiciously situated in close proximity to essential water sources and abundant clay deposits. Such a methodical and comprehensive methodology in urban organization strongly implies the presence of communities endowed with considerable administrative acumen and advanced technical expertise, undoubtedly inherited from their own sophisticated Bronze Age urban antecedents. Ashkelon, over time, burgeoned into the preeminent and most affluent among the Philistine city-states, with archaeological investigations unveiling a sprawling settlement that spanned in excess of 60 hectares during its zenith. The city's fortuitous strategic placement along the Mediterranean littoral granted it unparalleled access to expansive maritime trade networks. Concurrently, its fertile agricultural hinterland robustly sustained considerable demographic expansion. Extensive archaeological excavations meticulously overseen by Lawrence Stager and his dedicated research cadre, unearthed prodigious vestiges of Philistine-era habitation, encompassing impressive monumental architectural structures, significant industrial complexes, and well-defined residential precincts, all of which vividly attest to the community's accelerated economic advancement subsequent to its foundational establishment. The rich material culture meticulously exhumed from Ashkelon offers granular insights into the quotidian existence and distinctive cultural customs of the Philistines during their formative settlement epoch. Culinary vessels, distinguished by their characteristic rim configurations and specific surface embellishments, exhibit an undeniable lineage tracing back to Aegean archetypes, yet were fabricated utilizing indigenous clays and judiciously modified to suit prevailing Levantine culinary methodologies. Amphorae and other storage receptacles likewise manifest comparable trajectories of cultural persistence and adaptive evolution. Their vessel morphologies, preserving proportional relationships, emblematic of Mycenaean ceramic traditions, while simultaneously integrating practical alterations tailored to specific local storage exigencies. The extant architectural remnants at Ashkelon conspicuously disclose construction methodologies that ingeniously fused insights gleaned from Aegean building conventions with pragmatic adjustments necessitated by indigenous materials and prevailing environmental factors. Their foundational systems notably employed robust stone construction techniques, indicative of a sophisticated comprehension of Mediterranean seismic vulnerabilities. Concurrently, superstructures were erected using mud brick methodologies, which offered efficacious thermal insulation against the region's often severe climatic fluctuations. This seamless amalgamation of disparate technological traditions culminated in the emergence of distinctive architectural styles, which, while unequivocally Philistine in character, remained eminently functional and well-suited to their novel geographical milieu. The archaeological annals pertaining to Ashdod meticulously chronicle the remarkable metamorphosis of a comparatively modest Bronze Age encampment into a preeminent Philistine urban nucleus throughout the 12th and 11th centuries BC. Expeditions led by the esteemed Moshe Dothan unearthed prodigious evidence of sustained Philistine habitation, comprising significant architectural vestiges, comprehensive ceramic collections, and dedicated artisanal production complexes, all of which unequivocally illustrate the community's swift economic prosperity and considerable demographic expansion. The site's highly strategic locale, affording it mastery over crucial inland trade arteries, effectively augmented its integral function within broader maritime commerce, thereby fostering an abundance of economic opportunities that, in turn, underpinned urban development on a scale previously unparalleled throughout the entire region. The archaeological findings of pottery workshops at Ashdod present invaluable insights into the intricacies of Philistine ceramic production methods and their progressive evolution across various historical periods. Initial kiln structures unearthed at the site demonstrated construction techniques that faithfully mirrored sophisticated Aegean pottery firing technologies. These included advanced updraft designs and precise temperature control systems, which collectively facilitated the creation of remarkably high-quality ceramic wares. The subsequent gradual modification and progressive refinement of these very installations over several successive generations clearly underscore a sophisticated process of technological acclimatization, as Philistine potters meticulously learned to manipulate indigenous clay sources and concurrently developed novel vessel forms specifically tailored to the burgeoning demands of the regional marketplace. The religious architectural remains unearthed at Ashdod eloquently illustrate the intricate cultural amalgamation that distinctly characterized these Philistine communities. Temple installations, for instance, were masterfully conceived to harmoniously integrate components drawn from their ancestral Aegean religious heritage, alongside nuanced modifications inspired by indigenous Levantine cultic observances. This deliberate fusion thereby forged distinctive syncretic forms, which effectively catered to the profound spiritual requirements of a mosaic of culturally varied inhabitants. Furthermore, among the numerous cult objects recovered from these sacred contexts were both exotic artifacts that preserved tangible links to their pre-migration religious traditions and indigenously crafted items bearing the unmistakable imprint of Canaanite iconographic traditions, highlighting a dynamic interchange of spiritual symbolism. Ekron, confidently identified with the archaeological site of Tel Mikne, stands as arguably the most exhaustively unearthed Philistine city, furnishing an unparalleled wealth of data concerning its trajectory of urban evolution, sophisticated economic specialization, and profound cultural transformations spanning many centuries of continuous habitation. The meticulous excavations conducted by the esteemed archaeologists Trude Dothan and Seymour Gitton brought to light a vast array of remnants from the Philistine period settlement. These extensive findings encompassed meticulously planned residential quarters, bustling industrial areas, and impressive public edifices, all of which meticulously chronicle the community's developmental journey from its nascent establishment to its eventual integral absorption into broader regional political systems and alliances. The extensive olive oil production facilities unearthed at Ekron powerfully underscore the remarkable economic specialization that fundamentally empowered Philistine societies to attain significant affluence within their newly adopted territory. Archaeological evidence unequivocally uncovers more than 100 distinct olive oil installations, all dating back to the 7th century BC, firmly establishing Ekron as the preeminent olive oil manufacturing hub in the entire ancient world. These state-of-the-art facilities employed sophisticated pressing methodologies that masterfully blended time-honored Mediterranean olive processing methods with ingenious technological advancements, a synergistic approach designed to optimize both the output volume and the superior quality of the resultant product. The immense volume of olive oil output at Ekron strongly suggests commercial enterprises operating on a scope vastly transcending mere local consumption requirements, thereby pointing to sophisticated and far-reaching trade networks that were interlinking Philistine settlements with diverse markets across the entire Levant. The impressive storage facilities at the site possessed the capacity to store many thousands of liters of processed oil, a testament to their large-scale operations. Furthermore, distinctive standardized jar forms discovered across the broad expanse of the Levant prominently feature inscriptions unequivocally designating Ekron as their point of manufacture, providing concrete evidence of widespread distribution. This remarkable commercial success vividly illustrates the ingenious economic adaptation strategies that enabled Philistine communities to metamorphose from displaced, itinerant refugees into flourishing, well-established urban populaces, demonstrating their profound resilience and entrepreneurial spirit. Gath, reputed to be the largest among the Philistine city-states, as recorded in ancient biblical narratives, has been confidently correlated with the prominent archaeological mound of Tel Esafi, Here, the persistent and meticulous excavations led by Professor Aaron Meyer consistently bring to light compelling proof of extensive Philistine occupation and dynamic cultural evolution. The site's pivotal strategic location, commanding vital arteries of passage between the fertile coastal plain and the rugged Judean hills, rendered it an indispensable nexus for both bustling commercial endeavors and critical military operations. Among the significant archaeological remains are imposing and robust fortification walls, extensive residential quarters, and specialized craft production areas, all of which eloquently attest to the community's formidable military prowess and considerable economic prosperity. The sophisticated fortification systems discovered at Gath powerfully underscore a profound and sophisticated comprehension of defensive architecture, ingeniously integrating elements from a diverse array of military engineering traditions. The methods employed in wall construction, for instance, clearly exhibit influences drawn from both Aegean and Near Eastern fortification practices, resulting in resilient defensive systems that effectively synthesized the most efficacious components from each tradition. These impressive installations undoubtedly necessitated considerable investments in both labor and specialized technical expertise, thereby signaling the presence of communities endowed with exceptional organizational capabilities and ample resources, which were requisite for undertaking such monumental construction projects of such strategic importance. Archaeological evidence pertaining to Philistine material culture reaches far beyond the confines of the traditional 5 major city-states, extending to encompass a multitude of smaller, dispersed settlements across the expanse of the southern Levant. These numerous sites collectively uncover the broader geographical reach of Philistine settlement and shed light on the nuanced and progressive cultural transformation that unfolded as these communities gradually acclimatized to their adopted environment. Ceramic assemblages recovered from these more modest sites consistently exhibit analogous patterns of cultural persistence and adaptive innovation observed at the principal urban hubs. Concurrently, architectural remains from these peripheral settlements demonstrably reveal the pervasive embrace of syncretic building methodologies, which seamlessly blended Aegean and Levantine architectural heritage, underscoring a widespread cultural integration. The distinctive Mycenaean IIC pottery traditions undoubtedly provide the most definitive archaeological indicator for meticulously charting the cultural genesis and subsequent evolution of the Philistines. These particular ceramic styles, distinctly characterized by their unique decorative motifs, specific vessel forms, and specialized production techniques, emerged ubiquitously across Philistine settlement zones throughout the 12th century BC. Over time, they underwent a progressive metamorphosis into distinct, localized variants that judiciously integrated indigenous regional influences. Nevertheless, the enduring prevalence of particular decorative elements, notably bird motifs, intricate geometric patterns, and vibrant painted designs, eloquently testifies to a profound cultural continuity, which meticulously linked Philistine communities to their ancestral Aegean heritage over the span of numerous generations. The distinctive cooking pot traditions that emerged within Philistine settlements represent yet another compelling testament to both cultural persistence and practical adaptation. These utilitarian vessels, notably distinguished by their unique rim forms, specific handle attachments, and characteristic surface treatments, exhibit an unequivocal lineage traceable to Aegean prototypes. Yet, They simultaneously showcase a pragmatic adaptation to indigenous cooking practices and the utilization of readily available local raw materials. The progressive evolution of these vessel forms across temporal spans lucidly reveals the incremental cultural synthesis that profoundly defined Philistine communities, as they seamlessly interwove components from their rich ancestral heritage with compelling influences drawn from their new environmental context. Architectural features uncovered at Philistine sites mirror analogous patterns of cultural enduringness and practical modification. Specifically, hearth installations situated within residential structures exhibit unmistakable connections to long-standing Aegean domestic traditions, encompassing their characteristic central placement within living spaces and employing construction techniques that clearly evinced an astute understanding of Mediterranean heating exigencies. However, these essential installations nonetheless underwent significant modifications to effectively accommodate indigenous fuel sources and were thoughtfully adapted to the construction materials readily obtainable within the Levantine landscape. This process of creative adaptation thereby gave rise to distinctive hybrid forms that proficiently addressed immediate practical necessities while assiduously preserving profound cultural ties to their ancestral traditions. Extending beyond the extensively documented Philistine settlements, the archaeological record further unveils the establishment of distinct communities by other formidable sea peoples groups across the broader expanse of the eastern Mediterranean basin, indicating a widespread migratory phenomenon. The Checker, identified within ancient Egyptian sources as active participants in the formidable Sea Peoples coalitions, are believed to have founded settlements strategically positioned along the Levantine coastline, with their most substantial concentration notably situated at the ancient city of Dor. This critically positioned port city, located on the Mediterranean coast just south of modern Haifa, flourished into a preeminent commercial hub under Checker suzerainty. Under their astute management, it cultivated expansive and intricate trade networks, which effectively linked the Levant with distant markets in Cyprus, Anatolia, and the Aegean world, establishing its prominence as a regional economic power. The meticulous archaeological excavations conducted at Dor by the distinguished Ephraim Stern brought to light significant remains of Iron Age occupation, which unequivocally demonstrate profound connections to the distinctive material culture traditions associated with the Sea Peoples, thereby solidifying the Checker presence at this key coastal site. Ceramic assemblages recovered from the site encompass a variety of vessels that clearly demonstrate both technological and stylistic affinities with Aegean ceramic traditions, reflecting a cultural heritage. Concomitantly, the architectural remains illustrate building techniques that skillfully integrated elements drawn from diverse Mediterranean construction traditions, creating a unique syncretic style. The city's remarkable evolution into a preeminent commercial center serves as a compelling testament to the considerable economic prosperity attained by Checker communities within their newly established homeland, showcasing their ability to leverage their strategic position and cultural influences. The sophisticated harbor installations discovered at Dor unequivocally reveal an advanced and profound understanding of maritime engineering principles, which critically empowered the community to cultivate expansive and thriving commercial operations. Tangible archaeological evidence from the site includes meticulously constructed stone quays, robust breakwater systems, and capacious warehouse facilities, all designed to efficiently accommodate substantial and continuous shipping operations. The sheer scale and complexity of these installations undeniably necessitated considerable technical expertise and substantial labor investments, thereby signifying the presence of communities possessing both the sophisticated organizational capabilities and the requisite resources for undertaking such large-scale infrastructure projects, indicative of a well-organized and prosperous society. The material culture associated with the checker at door exhibits striking parallels to the patterns previously observed within Philistine settlements, presenting unequivocal evidence of cultural continuity stemming from Aegean traditions, harmoniously combined with pragmatic adaptation to indigenous local conditions. Specifically, pottery production techniques preserved crucial technological elements inherited from their Bronze Age traditions, concurrently adapting to the characteristics of local clay sources and the specific requirements of regional markets, demonstrating both heritage and innovation. Similarly, metalwork production displays analogous patterns, employing techniques that ingeniously combined expertise drawn from multiple technological traditions to forge products meticulously tailored to satisfy prevailing regional needs and aesthetic preferences, reflecting a sophisticated and adaptable industrial base. The compelling yet unresolved question surrounding the potential connection between the enigmatic Sheridan and the ancient Sardinian populations persists as one of the most profoundly intriguing and actively debated aspects within the ongoing research concerning the broader phenomenon of the Sea Peoples, captivating scholars and fueling further archaeological inquiry. Archaeological insights from Sardinia during the Late Bronze Age unearthed communities possessing highly developed metallurgical proficiencies, formidable warrior traditions, and profound maritime expertise, attributes that could reasonably suggest an affiliation with the Sheridan, a people explicitly documented in ancient Egyptian records. However, the considerable spatial separation between the island of Sardinia and the eastern Mediterranean, coupled with the scarcity of archaeological evidence for direct interregional connections, renders a conclusive attribution challenging and problematic. Sardinian Nuragic culture, flourishing throughout the second millennium BC, exhibits a range of technological and societal attributes that show compelling resonances with the capabilities ascribed to Sheridan warriors. The island's ubiquitous and impressive stone tower fortifications, known as nuraga, powerfully underscore the presence of communities meticulously organized for both sustained warfare and comprehensive territorial defense. Bronze figurines, meticulously crafted and recovered from various archaeological contexts, vividly portray warriors equipped with peculiar weapons and distinctive armor. These tangible cultural elements may well have fostered the emergence of formidable warrior populations, ideally suited for engaging in the naval incursions and mercenary engagements typically typified by Sea Peoples groups. Further metallurgical evidence from Sardinian Bronze Age settings uncovers highly refined production techniques that could have furnished the essential technological underpinning for Sheridan military prowess. Bronze weapons and implements unearthed from the island showcase cutting-edge alloying techniques, intricate ornamental incrustation, and pioneering utilitarian design innovations, culminating in products of unrivaled excellence. The island's copious copper deposits and its pivotal geographical placement in the western Mediterranean would have provided both indispensable raw materials and lucrative trade prospects, thereby sustaining warrior communities actively involved in long-distance military activities. The Danaan constitute yet another intricate enigma concerning the identification of the Sea Peoples, with suggested affiliations to the Danuna people, who are attested within late Bronze Age sources originating from Cilicia in southeastern Anatolia. This identification would effectively situate the Danaan within the wider panorama of Anatolian population movements that occurred in the wake of the dissolution of Hittite imperial control, thereby linking them with historically recognized communities possessing attested territorial provenance and distinctive cultural traits. Archaeological investigations at Cilician sites unearthed communities that exhibited highly developed metallurgical proficiencies, significant seafaring acumen, and extensive mercantile networks, all of which could have furnished the bedrock for their active engagement in Sea Peoples' activities. The region's pivotal geographical placement, commanding thoroughfares between Anatolia and the Levant, rendered it a critical nexus for both commercial enterprise and military endeavors. Its numerous ports afforded ingress into vital Mediterranean commercial arteries and facilitated complex maritime maneuvers. The progressive integration of Sea Peoples communities into indigenous populations stands as a paramount long-range repercussion of their establishment within the Eastern Mediterranean. Archaeological evidence vividly uncovers dynamics of cultural synthesis that unfolded across successive epochs, spanning multiple generations, as these migratory communities acclimatized themselves within their new homelands, while concurrently imparting their unique novel advancements in technology and culture to territorial evolution. This assimilation process, however, differed markedly, contingent upon indigenous circumstances, the demographic scale of the community, and the precise character of their engagements with established populations. Philistine polities furnish the most perspicuous testimony to assimilation processes, with stratigraphic records that chronicle progressive cultural metamorphosis over numerous generations of habitation. Early phases demonstrate a pronounced adherence to Aegean tangible cultural legacies, while later periods reveal a growing assimilation of elements from local Canaanite and sundry other regional cultures. This profound cultural synthesis, in turn, engendered unique syncretic customs that interwove components from a plurality of origins while preserving discernible linkages to their disparate backgrounds. Religious practices exhibit especially vivid manifestations of cultural synthesis and adaptation. Philistine cult installations meticulously integrate structural components drawn from Aegean religious traditions with symbolic and ceremonial constituents originating in Canaanite religious practices. Sacred artifacts unearthed from these settings include both foreign-sourced articles that upheld ties to their inherited customs and indigenously fabricated artifacts reflecting the impress of local symbolic frameworks. This religious synthesis effectively facilitated the Philistine populace's preservation of their communal distinctiveness, while accommodating themselves to the numinous topography of their adopted territory. The profound metamorphosis of the Sea Peoples from seafaring marauders to established societies ushered in an extraordinary epoch of pioneering advancements in technology and culture that was destined to reconfigure the Eastern Mediterranean world for successive ages. The migratory groups who took root in territories stretching from the Levantine coast to Sardinia transported not solely the vestiges of Bronze Age civilization, but vibrant legacies of artisanal skill, metalworking prowess, and civic planning that were instrumental in precipitating profound transformations in regional development. Archaeological evidence powerfully underscores their pivotal role as instrumental forces in the epochal shift from bronze-based to iron-based technological paradigms, while concurrently forging novel modes of cultural articulation that interwove components from their disparate backgrounds with original advancements cultivated within their adopted territories. The ferrous metallurgy proficiencies imported by Sea Peoples communities constituted arguably their most profound technological legacy to the territories they inhabited. While iron technology was present in nascent manifestations during the Late Bronze Age, the disruption of entrenched copper and tin mercantile routes rendered bronze fabrication progressively arduous in the volumes requisite for implements and armaments. Sea Peoples groups, especially those hailing from Anatolian territories, where pioneering methods for iron reduction were refined, were conversant with mineral extraction and metallurgic procedures that empowered them to leverage indigenous iron reserves with greater efficacy than established populations. Archaeological evidence from Philistine sites uncovers highly developed iron manufacturing complexes that attest to a profound comprehension of metallurgical reduction processes and thermal regulation protocols. Excavations at Tel Mikne Ekron brought to light furnace complexes from the 11th century BC that exhibit structural designs expressly conceived for ironworking. These facilities comprised hearths lined with stone, incorporating meticulously engineered aeration mechanisms that could attain the thermal conditions requisite for efficacious iron reduction. The furnaces integrated bellows mechanisms employing leather sacks actuated by foot levers, allowing metallurgists to sustain uniform thermal gradients throughout protracted reduction cycles. The iron objects produced in these Philistine workshops demonstrated a degree of technological refinement surpassing the capacities of their regional contemporaries. Agrarian tools such as coulters, scythes, and mattocks exhibit sophisticated smithing methods that yielded implements endowed with tempered cutting facets and enhanced structural resilience, far exceeding the durability of bronze equivalents. The preeminent efficacy of these ferrous implements enabled more streamlined cultivation methodologies, conducive to an augmentation in comestible yields that sustained burgeoning metropolitan demographics in Philistine territories. Martial implementations of ferrous metallurgy endowed Philistine polities with substantial strategic superiority amidst confrontations with contiguous communities. Neighboring populations, persisting in their predominant reliance upon bronze armaments, found themselves in a position of marked inferiority. Iron sword blades discovered at Philistine sites showcased sophisticated metallurgic methodologies encompassing selective tempering, wherein the perimeters of the blades were rendered more rigid than their central matrices to conjoin keenness with pliancy. Lance tips exhibit analogous technological refinement, featuring a socketed configuration that afforded more robust attachment than conventional bronze armaments while preserving a reduced mass for enhanced maneuverability. The manufacturing methodologies utilized within Philistine metalworking facilities uncover expertise originating from a plurality of technological legacies. Furnace construction methods exhibit the impress of both Aegean and Anatolian metallurgic conventions, while implement configurations integrated utilitarian components from distinct territorial customs. This confluence of technologies empowered Philistine artisans to devise groundbreaking remedies that refined their inherited methodologies while accommodating themselves to indigenous resources and prevailing commercial imperatives. Ceramic fabrication within the enclaves of the Sea Peoples manifests analogous trajectories of technical advancement and cultural amalgamation. The pottery legacies instituted by Philistine polities integrated sophisticated rotary shaping methodologies originating from Mycenaean ceramic conventions with ornamental aesthetics that assimilated features from Canaanite, Cretan, and sundry other territorial pottery frameworks. This amalgamation engendered unique ceramic aesthetics that fulfilled both utilitarian and symbolic roles, facilitating the populace's preservation of ties to their patrimony, while conforming to indigenous predilections and exigencies. The technical dimensions of Philistine pottery manufacture unveil an intricate grasp of ceramic engineering, a proficiency that often surpassed the capabilities observed in many contemporary regional societies. Excavations at Ashkelon and other prominent Philistine settlements have brought to light kilns showcasing sophisticated construction methodologies. These advanced structures facilitated meticulous temperature regulation and remarkably efficient fuel utilization, characterized by ingenious updraft designs. These installations incorporated distinct chambers for combustion and firing. Such a configuration empowered potters to achieve consistently optimal firing conditions, thereby yielding high-grade ceramic artifacts distinguished by their uniform pigmentation and enduring resilience. The decorative methodologies employed by Philistine ceramists exemplify a truly remarkable artistic inventiveness, seamlessly blending motifs drawn from a multitude of cultural lineages. Avian depictions, undoubtedly inspired by Mycenaean artistic canons, frequently appear alongside intricate geometric patterns, which in turn bear the unmistakable imprint of Cretan and Levantine ornamental systems. This masterful amalgamation of disparate artistic components culminated in the creation of distinctive decorative styles. These styles were not only immediately recognizable as quintessentially Philistine, but also possessed a broad aesthetic appeal, resonating with regional populations from diverse cultural backgrounds. The forms of vessels meticulously crafted in Philistine workshops similarly illustrate intricate patterns of cultural amalgamation and pragmatic adaptation. Culinary pots, for instance, meticulously retained the proportional relationships characteristic of Aegean ceramic traditions, yet simultaneously integrated rim configurations and handle designs that had been thoughtfully modified to suit local cooking customs and practices. Storage jars, on the other hand, judiciously married Mycenaean volumetric standards with construction techniques that expertly harnessed indigenous clay sources and firing methods. This synergistic approach resulted in containers that adeptly fulfilled both essential, practical storage requirements and significant functions related to cultural identity. The widespread dissemination of Philistine pottery across the southern Levant vividly attests to the existence of extensive commercial networks, which effectively interconnected the communities of the Sea Peoples with various regional marketplaces. Archaeological surveys have systematically documented Philistine ceramic products at numerous sites spanning the coastal plain and extending into the inland valleys. This geographical reach unequivocally signifies robust commercial relationships that stretched considerably beyond the immediate environs of their primary settlements. Such impressive commercial triumph underscores the tangible economic advantages conferred by their superior production techniques and the undeniable market allure generated by their innovative decorative aesthetics. Architectural innovations pioneered within the communities of the Sea Peoples echo analogous trends of technological transmission and cultural assimilation. Building techniques meticulously applied in Philistine settlements skillfully combined construction methods fundamentally rooted in Aegean traditions with pragmatic adaptations to locally available materials and prevailing environmental conditions. The ultimate outcome of this judicious synthesis was the emergence of distinctive architectural styles that not only delivered enhanced functionality, but also assiduously preserved profound cultural linkages to their ancestral building heritage. The foundation systems meticulously implemented in Philistine construction unequivocally demonstrate an advanced comprehension of structural engineering, knowledge likely honed through extensive experience building in the seismically active terrains of the Mediterranean region. These robust stone foundations often extended to depths considerably greater than those typically observed in Canaanite construction, accompanied by scrupulous attention to sophisticated drainage systems. These measures were critically designed to avert water damage to the vulnerable mud brick superstructures. Such profound technical enhancements permitted the erection of substantially larger and more durable edifices, capable of comfortably accommodating burgeoning urban populations and supporting rapidly expanding commercial endeavors. The internal spatial organization within Philistine buildings unmistakably reflects influences from Aegean domestic architecture, while simultaneously undergoing thoughtful adaptation to the unique climatic conditions and prevailing social customs of the Levantine region. Central hearth installations, for instance, diligently maintained their connection to ancestral traditions, yet were pragmatically modified to efficiently accommodate indigenous fuel sources and local culinary practices. The careful arrangement of rooms provided markedly improved ventilation and superior temperature regulation when contrasted with traditional Canaanite domestic architecture. This resulted in the creation of more comfortable and salubrious living environments, which in turn significantly contributed to overall community health and productivity. Public architectural endeavors in Philistine settlements disclose sophisticated urban planning capabilities, ingeniously integrating elements drawn from diverse Mediterranean urban traditions. Temple complexes, for example, conspicuously display architectural features derived from both Aegean and Near Eastern religious building traditions, culminating in the creation of hybrid forms. These innovative structures adeptly served the spiritual exigencies of their culturally variegated populations. Administrative buildings, moreover, exhibit a profound understanding of palace architecture, a knowledge that facilitated the effective governance of intricate urban communities while simultaneously adapting to specific local political and social imperatives. The profound religious and cultural syncretism that blossomed within the settlements of the Sea Peoples constitutes one of the most captivating facets of their enduring cultural legacy. Extensive archaeological evidence unveils complex and dynamic processes of religious adaptation. These processes empower displaced populations to steadfastly maintain spiritual connections to their ancestral traditions, even as they deftly integrated elements from indigenous religious systems. This highly syncretistic methodology fostered the emergence of novel forms of religious expression, which not only catered to the diverse spiritual needs of culturally heterogeneous communities, but also significantly contributed to the broader trajectory of regional religious development. Cult installations unearthed at Philistine sites strikingly illustrate architectural synthesis, skillfully combining specific elements from Aegean religious building traditions with distinctive features derived from Canaanite temple architecture. The renowned temple at Tel Kassil, for instance, exhibits a characteristic rectangular ground plan featuring a central hearth installation, a design element that clearly echoes Aegean religious architectural traditions. Concurrently, it incorporates cult installations and decorative components that conspicuously betray influences from local religious practices. This ingenious hybrid architecture facilitated a spectrum of religious observances that effectively satisfied both deeply rooted ancestral spiritual traditions and prevailing local religious expectations. Religious iconography, meticulously recovered from sites belonging to the Sea Peoples, reveals analogous patterns of cultural synthesis and adaptation. Figurines and various cult objects consistently combine artistic elements sourced from multiple origins, thereby forging a distinctive religious art that adeptly served the spiritual requirements of culturally diverse populations. Female figurines, for example, demonstrate clear influences from both Aegean goddess traditions and Canaanite fertility cult practices, while robust male warrior figurines powerfully underscore the persistent significance of martial identity within the religious frameworks of the Sea Peoples. Burial practices meticulously documented within the cemeteries of the Sea Peoples furnish exceptionally detailed evidence of the intricate processes of religious syncretism and cultural adaptation. The extensive cemetery at Ashkelon, notably, contains both cremation and inhumation burials, a poignant reflection of the successful accommodation of divergent cultural traditions within single, cohesive communities. Grave goods accompanying these interments often comprise objects that steadfastly maintain connections to ancestral traditions, juxtaposed with locally produced items that clearly demonstrate adaptation to regional customs and the prudent utilization of readily available materials. Cremation burials, specifically discovered at Philistine sites, powerfully attest to the enduring persistence of Aegean religious traditions, while simultaneously showcasing a pragmatic adaptation to local environmental conditions and available materials. Ceramic urns, specifically designed for housing cremated remains, exhibit distinctive forms that are clearly derived from Mycenaean pottery traditions, yet were meticulously manufactured using indigenous clays and local firing techniques. The strategic placement of these particular burials within the broader cemetery areas reveals a thoughtful integration with local burial customs, even as they preserved unique practices that were fundamental to maintaining their cultural identity. The pervasive artistic influences discernible in their pottery, figurines, and various decorative motifs unequivocally reveal the extensive and dynamic cultural exchange that profoundly characterized the settlements of the Sea Peoples. These intricate decorative elements propagated widely through robust trade networks and pervasive cultural contact, thereby significantly influencing artistic development across the entire eastern Mediterranean basin. The distinctive artistic styles ingeniously developed by the communities of the Sea Peoples made a substantial contribution to broader regional artistic traditions, while simultaneously preserving clearly recognizable connections to their diverse and multifaceted origins. Pottery painting techniques, meticulously refined within Philistine workshops, exerted a profound influence on ceramic production throughout the southern Levant. The characteristic application of vibrant red and striking black-painted designs upon buff-colored pottery surfaces generated distinctive decorative effects that were subsequently adopted by local potters and thoughtfully adapted to suit specific regional preferences. These innovative techniques, disseminated widely through burgeoning commercial networks and intensive cultural contact, ultimately leading to the genesis of novel regional pottery styles that skillfully combined artistic elements drawn from a plurality of traditions. Figurine production within the settlements of the Sea Peoples similarly exemplifies analogous patterns of artistic innovation and far-reaching cultural influence. The particularly distinctive female figurines meticulously crafted at Philistine sites ingeniously combined artistic elements sourced from both Aegean and Near Eastern traditions, thereby giving rise to novel iconographic forms that profoundly influenced religious art throughout the entire region. These figurines showcase advanced modeling techniques, which yielded more naturalistic and lifelike representations than many contemporary regional examples, thus significantly contributing to artistic developments that would continue to shape Mediterranean art for many centuries to come. Decorative metalwork, meticulously produced by the skilled craftsmen of the Sea Peoples, unveils sophisticated artistic capabilities that masterfully fuse technical excellence with highly innovative design elements. Intricate bronze vessels and formidable weapons frequently display elaborate decorative inlays, sophisticated pattern welding, and nuanced surface treatments, all of which unequivocally demonstrate advanced metallurgical artistry. These pioneering techniques profoundly influenced metalworking traditions across the Eastern Mediterranean, thereby contributing significantly to the development of novel decorative styles that successfully combined functional effectiveness with unparalleled artistic excellence. The distinctive contributions of the Sea Peoples were often characterized by a remarkable synthesis of functional effectiveness and artistic excellence. Their profound involvement in ushering in the epochal shift from the established Bronze Age to the nascent Iron Age societal frameworks transcended mere advancements in material technology. Their significant impact also enveloped and fundamentally reshaped the very foundations of political governance, the intricate tapestry of economic operations, and the nuanced dynamics of social interconnections among the various communities they encountered or established. The settlements erected by these uprooted populations were characterized by the emergence of novel paradigms in urban planning and civic administration. These innovative organizational models skillfully integrated the sophisticated institutional wisdom inherited from the Bronze Age with the starkly altered circumstances prevalent in the nascent Iron Age global landscape. Within these Sea People enclaves, governmental frameworks underwent a discernible evolution, transitioning from the rigid, centralized, palace-based systems characteristic of the Bronze Age to more diffuse and localized modalities of governance. This transformation was a direct reflection of the diminished scale and resource availability that defined the burgeoning Iron Age communities. Concrete archaeological findings, particularly from the Philistine city-states, indicate a nuanced approach, wherein vestiges of centralized sovereign power were meticulously preserved, even as highly adaptable administrative mechanisms were concurrently forged. These flexible systems proved remarkably efficacious in addressing the idiosyncratic demands of local environments and deftly navigating the multifaceted regional vicissitudes that arose during this transformative era. The intricate economic frameworks observed within the Sea People settlements unequivocally showcased a remarkable spirit of ingenuity in both their mercantile methodologies and their sophisticated production apparatuses, thereby significantly catalyzing the broader regional economic advancement. Specifically, the highly specialized artisanal manufacturing processes meticulously documented at prominent archaeological locales, such as the ancient city of Ekron, evinced a profound comprehension of intricate market dynamics and sophisticated commercial structuring. This astute economic acumen empowered these communities to cultivate substantial prosperity through diligent engagement in trade and skilled manufacturing, marking a notable divergence from the conventional reliance solely upon agrarian yields or the coercive extraction of tribute, which had previously been the predominant economic models. The intricate fabric of social organization prevalent within the communities established by the Sea Peoples seemingly preserved certain fundamental tenets of the hierarchical stratification characteristic of the Bronze Age. yet simultaneously underwent a judicious adaptation to accommodate the inherent demographic limitations and resource scarcities imposed by their novel environmental conditions. Compelling archaeological findings corroborate the enduring presence of formidable warrior elites, whose martial prowess undoubtedly played a crucial role in shaping the course of history role in defense and expansion. Concurrently, these societies witnessed the burgeoning emergence of distinct merchant classes and highly skilled specialized artisans, whose collective endeavors were instrumental in fostering both the material affluence and the vibrant cultural flourishing of their respective communities. The confluence of groundbreaking technological advancements, profound cultural syncretism, and astute institutional modifications meticulously cultivated by the communities of the Sea Peoples bequeathed an indelible heritage that profoundly shaped the trajectory of Mediterranean civilization for numerous centuries. Their pivotal contributions, particularly in the sophisticated realm of ironwork metallurgy, the intricate artistry of pottery fabrication, the ingenious principles of architectural conception, and the nuanced expressions of artistic endeavor, collectively laid robust foundational strata for subsequent cultural evolutions. These developments were destined to redefine the very essence of the ancient world, not merely throughout the entirety of the Iron Age, but extending far into subsequent historical epochs. The triumphant acclimatization of these once displaced populations to their newly adopted territories served as a powerful testament to their extraordinary cultural tenacity and unparalleled capacity for innovation, ultimately enabling their metamorphosis from mere displaced persons into the visionary architects of singularly distinctive and immensely influential civilizations. The cataclysmic implosion of the venerable Bronze Age civilization, coupled with the subsequent widespread dispersal and establishment of the Sea Peoples across the eastern Mediterranean basin, precipitated an immense geopolitical void. This profound power vacuum irrevocably reconfigured the entire political topography of the ancient world. The devastating obliteration of prominent urban hubs, the catastrophic rupture of long-standing and intricately woven trade arteries, and the wholesale displacement of vast swaths of populations collectively rendered expansive territories bereft of any semblance of effective governance or coherent economic structures. This unparalleled epoch of disruption paradoxically unfurled propitious avenues for nascent powers to dramatically augment their spheres of influence, whilst concurrently compelling extant polities to rigorously reevaluate and recalibrate their strategic methodologies and institutional frameworks in order to merely persist within an environment that had undergone such a radical and fundamental metamorphosis. Amidst this profound regional disarray, the burgeoning Neo-Assyrian Empire ascended as the preeminent power that most effectively capitalized on the prevailing instability. Astutely exploiting the inherent vulnerabilities of its long-established adversaries, this formidable empire proceeded to forge an unparalleled dominion over vast swathes of territory, extending across the entirety of Mesopotamia and far beyond its traditional confines. Throughout the consequential reigns of Tiglath-Pileser I and his subsequent imperial heirs, Assyrian military contingents methodically subjugated and occupied lands that had formerly been under the suzerainty of the once mighty Hittite Empire, the influential Mitanni Kingdom, and a multitude of disparate Aramean principalities. The Assyrian military apparatus, already renowned for its formidable prowess during the preceding Middle Assyrian epoch, shrewdly refined its strategic maneuvers and organizational structures to fully leverage the strategic openings presented by the collapse of the Bronze Age. Simultaneously, it meticulously engineered novel administrative frameworks specifically designed to effectively govern the heterogeneous array of populations now integrated within its burgeoning imperial dominion. The ambitious trajectory of Assyrian imperial expansion during this epoch diverged quite markedly from preceding Mesopotamian ventures, both in its sheer geographical magnitude and its meticulously systematic organizational paradigm. Historically, earlier empires in the region had typically concentrated their efforts on merely exacting tribute from subjugated territories, often permitting the indigenous administrative frameworks to remain largely undisturbed. In stark contrast, the Neo-Assyrian methodology embraced a policy of direct territorial governance, implemented large-scale population transfers, and actively pursued cultural assimilation strategies. These comprehensive measures were meticulously engineered to establish an enduring imperial mastery, rather than merely a transient suzerainty. Extensive archaeological investigations conducted across numerous sites within the expanding Assyrian sphere unequivocally unveil pervasive standardized administrative protocols, distinctive architectural aesthetics, and uniform patterns in material culture, all serving as compelling evidence of the empire's thoroughly systematic and comprehensive approach to territorial amalgamation. The array of sophisticated military innovations that underpinned and facilitated this formidable Assyrian expansion were not developed in isolation. Rather, they meticulously integrated crucial strategic insights gleaned from their frequent engagements with the Sea Peoples and various other uprooted communities. Notably, iron weaponry was systematically integrated as standard issue equipment for Assyrian combat units decades prior to its extensive proliferation and acceptance elsewhere across the ancient world. This afforded them a profound tactical superiority, which proved unequivocally decisive in numerous campaigns waged against adversaries who, at that juncture, continued to rely predominantly on less robust bronze armaments. Furthermore, Assyrian methodologies in siege warfare underwent a significant evolution, specifically adapted to counteract the increasingly refined and robust fortification techniques concurrently developed by communities desperately seeking enhanced protection during the turbulent post-collapse era. This included the incorporation of highly specialized engineering apparatuses and innovative tactical maneuvers, designed with such precision and efficacy that they were capable of breaching even the most elaborately constructed and seemingly impregnable defensive emplacements. The comprehensive administrative reforms meticulously orchestrated and implemented by the Neo-Assyrian monarchs culminated in the establishment of governmental systems possessing an unprecedented capacity to effectively oversee and manage vast territories, stretching majestically from the strategic Persian Gulf all the way to the sun-drenched shores of the Mediterranean Sea. In the newly subjugated regions, indigenous local rulers were systematically supplanted by provincial governors, who received their direct appointments and authority from the king himself. Concurrently, a uniformly standardized system of taxation was instituted, efficiently siphoning the requisite resources essential for sustaining the empire's formidable military might and its expansive administrative infrastructure. Furthermore, a deliberate and systematic policy of population deportation was enacted, strategically relocating skilled artisans, indispensable agricultural laborers, and even potential instigators of rebellion to diverse geographical areas within the empire's vast dominion. This calculated strategy served the dual purpose of fragmenting entrenched local allegiances and judiciously redistributing valuable human capital to where it could most effectively bolster imperial interests and productivity. The profound cultural reverberations emanating from Neo-Assyrian expansion transcended the mere imposition of political hegemony, permeating deeply to instigate fundamental transformations in religious observances, artistic conventions, and technological advancements across the entire region. Central to this transformation was the formidable Assyrian royal ideology, which meticulously depicted the reigning monarch as the terrestrial embodiment and direct representative of the supreme deity Ashur. This divine mandate conferred upon the king an ostensibly unquestionable right to govern all known territories, thereby furnishing a potent theological justification for boundless territorial aggrandizement. Concurrently, this ideology meticulously constructed sophisticated cultural frameworks that unequivocally legitimized the overarching imperial authority. This deeply ingrained ideological system exerted an enduring influence on political philosophy throughout the ancient Near East, thereby establishing critical precedents for imperial legitimacy that would resonate and endure for many centuries to come. Concurrently with these developments, the disintegration of the sophisticated Bronze Age maritime trade networks inadvertently forged unparalleled opportunities for the burgeoning Phoenician city-states to assert an unprecedented commercial supremacy across the entire Mediterranean Sea. The calamitous destruction of pivotal trading emporiums, such as the renowned city of Ugarit, effectively eliminated formidable and long-established mercantile rivals. Furthermore, the pervasive erosion of centralized political authority throughout numerous regions generated an urgent and widespread demand for the specialized commercial services that Phoenician merchants were uniquely positioned to supply. Consequently, venerable urban centers like Tyre, Sidon, and Byblos underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, evolving from mere localized trading posts into the vibrant epicenters of expansive commercial networks. These intricate webs of trade would ultimately stretch from the distant Atlantic coastline of Iberia all the way to the remote Black Sea shores of Anatolia, marking an extraordinary era of maritime enterprise. The advanced Phoenician maritime technology prevalent during this transformative era ingeniously integrated a plethora of innovations, meticulously conceived and developed in direct response to the dramatically altered exigencies of post-collapse Mediterranean commerce. Vessels specifically engineered for arduous long-distance expeditions boasted significantly enhanced hull construction, optimizing both structural integrity and hydrodynamic efficiency. They also featured more aerodynamic and propulsion-efficient sail configurations, along with highly specialized equipment for the swift and secure handling of diverse cargoes. These collective advancements collectively facilitated exceptionally profitable commercial undertakings across immense geographical expanses. Compelling archaeological evidence, meticulously recovered from ancient shipwrecks and meticulously excavated harbor installations, vividly illustrates the existence of formidable vessels. These ships were not only capable of transporting voluminous consignments of goods, but also retained the requisite velocity and agile maneuverability, qualities absolutely indispensable for the successful execution of commercial operations in maritime zones that frequently lacked any semblance of effective political oversight or centralized control. The strategic establishment of an intricate web of Phoenician trading outposts and burgeoning colonies across the vast expanse of the Mediterranean Sea heralded the advent of novel modalities of commercial organization. These innovative systems diverged fundamentally from the established patterns of trade that had characterized the preceding Bronze Age. Instead of primarily depending on the intricate diplomatic interrelations between powerful major states to facilitate and safeguard their mercantile endeavors, Phoenician merchants ingeniously cultivated autonomous commercial networks. These networks were robustly anchored by permanent settlements, which served as secure and reliable operational bases for their extensive trading activities. These diverse installations, whose scale ranged from rudimentary warehousing facilities to meticulously planned and fully developed urban centers, collectively forged an indispensable infrastructure. This infrastructure not only sustained consistent and regular commercial intercourse between geographically distant regions, but also crucially afforded paramount security for invaluable cargoes and the personnel engaged in these perilous yet lucrative ventures. The illustrious city of Carthage, founded by intrepid Tyrian colonists during the 9th century BC, stands as a quintessential embodiment of the profound success achieved through this innovative Phoenician commercial strategy. Extensive archaeological investigations meticulously conducted within the city's most ancient strata have unveiled remarkably sophisticated urban planning. This intricate design thoughtfully incorporated advanced harbor installations, well-organized residential districts, and dedicated zones for specialized craft production, all meticulously conceived to effectively cater to the needs of both its indigenous populace and the steady influx of visiting merchants. The city's astonishingly rapid ascent from a relatively unassuming trading outpost to a dominant regional power unequivocally underscores the immense economic vistas that materialized in the wake of the dissolution of the Bronze Age political frameworks. It also serves as a compelling testament to the extraordinary efficacy of Phoenician adaptability in skillfully navigating and capitalizing upon these dramatically altered circumstances. The profound impact of Phoenician civilization on the cultural evolution of the Mediterranean extended far beyond mere mercantile pursuits, embracing pivotal advancements in written communication systems, spiritual observances, and artistic expressions. The ingenious alphabetic system pioneered by Phoenician scholars presented a remarkably streamlined and readily available method of writing, a significant improvement over the intricate syllabaries and elaborate logograms prevalent during the preceding Bronze Age. This groundbreaking invention fostered widespread access to written knowledge, democratizing literacy by making inscribed communication available to a wider spectrum of the populace. Concurrently, it proved indispensable in streamlining meticulous commercial documentation and enabling vital transatlantic correspondence, both critical components for the expansive trade networks spanning the Mediterranean Sea. The Hellenic world, in particular, underwent arguably the most profound metamorphosis during the era following the catastrophic decline, as the annihilation of the formidable Mycenaean palatial polities forged the foundational circumstances that would ultimately foster the emergence of the unique city-state structure emblematic of the zenith of classical Greek civilization. The dissolution of overarching governance, the widespread disintegration of established bureaucratic frameworks, and the precipitous demographic contraction that followed the monumental Bronze Age cataclysm collectively compelled the remaining settlements to forge novel modalities of political and social organization. These new structures were meticulously tailored to their diminished fortunes and limited provisions. Empirical findings unearthed at Hellenic locations during the early Iron Age reveal communities that had forsaken the sprawling metropolitan hubs that defined Mycenaean grandeur, opting instead for more modest habitations, offering enhanced defensibility and streamlined logistical support. These nascent Iron Age communities commonly established themselves upon elevated topographical features, capitalizing on inherent strategic benefits for protection. Their tangible artifacts reflect a pronounced reduction in complexity when juxtaposed against the benchmarks of the preceding Bronze Age. Ceramic fabrication, metallurgical craftsmanship, and structural engineering collectively exhibited indications of a decline in technical sophistication, as particularized expertise had vanished and settlements prioritized fundamental subsistence over aesthetic or intellectual refinement. The progressive revitalization of Greek communities throughout the 10th and 9th centuries BC necessitated the cultivation of nascent societal and governmental frameworks that would ultimately mature into the iconic classical city-state. Empirical excavations indicate that these early communities were structured predominantly by familial clans and martial fraternities, in stark contrast to the later more complex societies, contrast to the intricate administrative strata that had defined the Mycenaean palatial realms. Authority seemingly derived from individual magnetism, martial skill, and the capacity to safeguard and provision the populace, as opposed to a lineage-based monarchical prerogative. The resurgence of Hellenic mercantile endeavors during the 8th century BC signaled both a rebound from the exigencies of the post-cataclysmic era and a shrewd adjustment to novel maritime commercial prospects across the Mediterranean. Greek merchants actively forged mercantile alliances with the established Phoenician trade infrastructure, while simultaneously pioneering autonomous maritime pathways linking the Aegean Sea with vibrant marketplaces across Anatolia, the strategic Black Sea littoral, and ultimately the expansive Western Mediterranean. These burgeoning commercial activities furnished avenues for acquiring essential primary commodities and coveted sumptuous articles, which bolstered communal advancement and generated prosperity conducive to sophisticated governmental structures and artistic refinement. The Hellenic wave of colonial expansion, commencing in the 8th century BC, constituted methodical reactions to burgeoning demographic burdens and finite natural provisions within the Hellenic heartland, concurrently capitalizing on newfound mercantile avenues arising from the altered post-cataclysmic landscape throughout the Mediterranean. In contradistinction to the purely commercial outposts of the Phoenicians, Hellenic foundations characteristically entailed the inauguration of self-governing political entities. These new settlements preserved their ancestral cultural ties with their founding metropolis, while simultaneously cultivating independent administrative frameworks. Such a dispersal model fostered interconnected, yet sovereign communities, destined to serve as the bedrock of quintessential Hellenic civilization. The seminal cultural advancements emanating from Hellenic settlements during the era of nascent Iron Age resurgence encompassed pivotal progressions in creative articulation, spiritual observances, and philosophical paradigms, which were poised to profoundly shape the broader Mediterranean cultural sphere for countless generations. The monumental epic verses ascribed to Homer stand as a literary triumph, masterfully interweaving the collective recollections of the Bronze Age epoch with prevailing societal ethics and nascent governmental aspirations. These canonical compositions safeguarded insights into the antecedent Bronze Age culture, while ingeniously reconfiguring it to address the evolving cultural imperatives of the Iron Age populace, thus establishing a literary heritage that would ignite the creative spirit of successive cohorts of Hellenic creatives and intellectuals. Spiritual observances that blossomed within the Hellenic communities following the collapse exhibited analogous trajectories of cultural amalgamation and pioneering adaptation. The revered Hellenic divine assembly assimilated numinous figures and mythical narratives originating from Bronze Age antecedents, simultaneously reshaping them to cater to the evolving spiritual requirements of the Iron Age populace. Hallowed precincts such as Olympia and Delphi emerged as pivotal hubs for pan-Hellenic spiritual engagement, instrumental in sustaining cultural bonds among geographically disparate Hellenic habitations, while simultaneously furnishing vital arenas for political discourse and mercantile exchange. The profound population shifts and cultural reconfigurations witnessed across Cyprus, the Levantine coast, and Anatolia, consequent to the direct establishment of Sea Peoples enclaves, engendered enduring metamorphoses that were poised to shape the trajectory of regional evolution for successive ages. On the island of Cyprus, the integration of Sea Peoples communities alongside the indigenous inhabitants fostered richly variegated cultural milieus, synthesizing components drawn from Aegean, Anatolian, and autochthonous Cypriot heritage. Excavated findings from significant locales such as Salamis and Kition unequivocally uncover artifactual collections illustrating intricate cross-cultural dialogues and substantive technological transfers among disparate demographic contingents. The production of Cypriot copper, previously dislocated amidst the Bronze Age cataclysm, experienced a progressive resurgence under novel administrative paradigms, integrating technical advancements championed by Sea Peoples artisans. Sophisticated ironworking methodologies facilitated a more streamlined acquisition and refinement of copper-bearing minerals. Concomitantly, innovative pyrometallurgical processes elevated both the intrinsic excellence and volumetric output of metallic goods. Such advancements in craftsmanship, synergized with Cyprus's pivotal geographical placement within the eastern Mediterranean commercial arteries, empowered the island nation to reclaim its preeminent status as a primary purveyor of metallurgical resources for the broader regional economies. The profound cultural amalgamation witnessed on Cyprus gave rise to singular artistic and structural heritage, harmonizing components drawn from a multiplicity of origins, while simultaneously accommodating indigenous circumstances and aesthetic predilections. Ceramic fabrication evinced stylistic imprints from Aegean, Anatolian, and Levantine pottery practices, yet retaining unmistakable Cypriot hallmarks indicative of native argillaceous deposits and specialized kiln methodologies. Vestiges of ancient structures disclose building paradigms that integrated engineering approaches from diverse Mediterranean building cultures, while thoughtfully conforming to available local resources and prevailing ecological factors. Spiritual rites observed in post-settlement Cypriot society demonstrated comparable trajectories of cultural integration, featuring sacred edifices that merged structural motifs from various heritages while concurrently ministering to the devotional requirements of ethnically heterogeneous communities. The venerated precinct at Kition presents tangible proof of liturgical customs which integrated components from Phoenician, Hellenic, and indigenous Cypriot spiritual legacies, thereby fostering hybrid devotional forms that permitted populations of disparate cultural origins to engage in communal sacred rituals. Oh, the profound restructuring of mercantile conduits subsequent to the incursions of the Sea Peoples and the ensuing Bronze Age cataclysm necessitated radical alterations in both commercial administration and logistical frameworks across the entire eastern Mediterranean basin. The obliteration of principal commercial hubs and the rupture of the diplomatic accords that had underpinned Bronze Age trade compelled traders and settlements alike to devise innovative methodologies for extended-range commerce, capable of operating effectively amidst the void of centralized governmental authority. The localized commercial arteries that materialized during the nascent Iron Age generally functioned at a more circumscribed scope than their Bronze Age antecedents, primarily linking proximate settlements as opposed to traversing vast geographical expanses. Empirical discoveries indicate an augmented significance of localized and sub-regional marketplaces, where ceramic wares, metallic artifacts, and diverse fabricated items exhibited more confined dispersal trajectories than equivalent Bronze Age commodities. Such a concentrated commercial paradigm underscored both diminished logistical capacities and the heightened perils inherent in venturing across politically volatile territories for extended journeys. The progressive revitalization of maritime trade across the Mediterranean, spanning the 9th and 8th centuries BC, involved the cultivation of novel mercantile methodologies and organizational structures designed to operate proficiently within the transformed geopolitical landscape. Trading guilds erected enduring commercial outposts at tactically advantageous sites, thereby establishing fortified hubs for mercantile endeavors, while simultaneously furnishing indispensable provisions for the indigenous populace. These nascent establishments frequently burgeoned into prominent metropolitan areas, functioning as epicenters for localized economic proliferation and cross-cultural interaction. Advancements in maritime technology during this historical juncture significantly enhanced the efficacy and dependability of transporting commodities across the vast expanses of the Mediterranean Sea. Innovations in ship construction methodologies led to the development of vessels possessing superior structural integrity and expanded cargo capacity, concurrently diminishing the necessity for large crews and mitigating operational expenditures. Furthermore, the principal hubs of commerce witnessed the modernization of their harbor infrastructure, which now boasted upgraded facilities designed to streamline the loading and unloading of diverse freight. Sophisticated storage provisions were also implemented, offering secure repositories for valuable merchandise throughout prolonged periods of commercial activity. The systematic establishment of uniform systems for weights, measures, and monetary exchange proved instrumental in facilitating intricate commercial dealings among diverse communities, each possessing distinct cultural traditions and varied governmental frameworks. Compelling archaeological findings progressively unveil a heightened degree of standardization across various trade commodities, including pottery vessels, metal ingots, and a myriad of other marketable goods. This burgeoning uniformity strongly indicates the emergence of sophisticated commercial protocols capable of transcending established cultural and political divides. Such concerted standardization initiatives effectively curtailed transaction overheads while simultaneously bolstering the dependability and foresight inherent in commercial engagements. This resurgence of robust trade networks, in turn, catalyzed a profound cultural exchange, contributing substantially to the widespread dissemination of groundbreaking technological innovations, distinctive artistic expressions, and deeply rooted religious practices throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. The dynamic circulation of skilled artisans, astute merchants, and other specialized professionals between disparate communities generated abundant avenues for the transfer of invaluable knowledge, thereby accelerating both technological advancement and the intricate elaboration of cultural forms. Advanced pottery manufacturing techniques, refined metalworking methodologies, and novel architectural concepts propagated extensively through these interconnected networks. This vital exchange significantly fostered regional cultural development, all the while carefully preserving the unique and distinguishing characteristics inherent to local traditions. Among the most profound cultural transformations fostered by the revitalized post-collapse trade networks was the genesis of alphabetic writing systems. The Phoenician alphabet, ingeniously derived from earlier, more complex scripts, but streamlined specifically for commercial expediency, diffused widely across the extensive Mediterranean trading routes. In each new locale, it was skillfully adapted to accommodate indigenous languages and specific cultural requisites. This singular innovation not only democratized the accessibility of literacy, but also fundamentally streamlined the meticulous record-keeping and efficient communication indispensable for managing intricate commercial operations. Religious doctrines and spiritual customs similarly traversed these vibrant commercial arteries, cultivating fertile ground for cultural synthesis and innovative expression that would profoundly shape Mediterranean civilization for many centuries to come. The constant movement of traders, artisans, and other travelers between various societal groups fostered a rich interchange of theological concepts, intricate mythological narratives, and diverse cultic observances. This dynamic cross-pollination played a pivotal role in the emergence of novel forms of religious expression, thoughtfully reconfigured and adapted to resonate with the variegated cultural landscapes of these diverse societies. The rigorous academic investigation into the enigmatic phenomenon known as the Sea Peoples commenced earnestly in the 19th century, spurred by the monumental decipherment of Egyptian hieroglyphic texts and the inaugural archaeological explorations conducted throughout the eastern Mediterranean. A pivotal moment arrived in the 1820s when the French savant Jean-François Champollion achieved his groundbreaking success in interpreting hieroglyphs, thereby rendering accessible for the first time the meticulously detailed Egyptian chronicles of engagements with these mysterious maritime marauders. Suddenly, the profound Karnak inscriptions of Pharaoh Merneptah and the expansive battle reliefs adorning Medinet Habu provided contemporary, first-hand documentation of events that had previously existed only as fragmented allusions in biblical references and the distant, often hazy, recollections of classical authors. Pioneering Egyptologists such as Gaston Maspero and Heinrich Brugsch approached the newly revealed records pertaining to the Sea Peoples armed with the rigorous methodological instruments of 19th century historical scholarship. Their primary focus centered on the philological dissection of the ancient Egyptian texts and diligent attempts to correlate these archaic nomenclature with identifiable historical populations. Their seminal contributions established the foundational framework for subsequent Sea Peoples research, meticulously cataloging the various group appellations cited in Egyptian sources, carefully analyzing the chronological sequence of these encounters, and formulating initial hypotheses regarding their probable geographical origins, often predicated on linguistic affinities with later Mediterranean inhabitants. The archaeological dimension of Sea Peoples scholarship progressively materialized as systematic excavations across the eastern Mediterranean began to unearth tangible material evidence that could be directly linked to the extensive population movements meticulously described in the Egyptian textual accounts. William Matthew Flinders. Petrie's seminal excavations in Palestine during the 1890s marked a significant turning point, as he was the first to identify distinct pottery assemblages exhibiting unambiguous connections to Aegean ceramic traditions. This discovery provided concrete material corroboration that substantial population migrations originating from the Aegean region had indeed transpired during the tumultuous Late Bronze Age collapse era. These early archaeological breakthroughs firmly established pottery analysis as an indispensable analytical instrument for meticulously tracing the trajectories of sea peoples' movements and their subsequent settlements. The advent of stratigraphic excavation techniques in the early 20th century fundamentally transformed sea peoples' research, furnishing precise chronological frameworks that enabled the accurate correlation of archaeological findings with extant historical sources. Excavations at significant sites such as Tel el-Hesi and Giza unearthed clear destruction layers, which could be definitively dated to the period coinciding with the Sea People's incursions. Concurrently, associated pottery assemblages yielded concrete material evidence illuminating the profound cultural transformations that invariably accompanied these extensive population shifts. This meticulous integration of archaeological and textual data forged more sophisticated analytical paradigms, moving beyond mere name identification to meticulously scrutinize broader patterns of cultural evolution and adaptation. The interwar period witnessed considerable advancements in Sea People's research, propelled by large-scale excavations at pivotal archaeological sites and the progressive refinement of ceramic typologies, which permitted the tracing of cultural interconnections across immense geographical expanses. The American excavations at Megiddo, initially directed by Clarence Fisher and subsequently by Gordon Loud, brought to light extensive vestiges of Late Bronze Age destruction and the subsequent Iron Age rebuilding. These findings furnished incredibly detailed evidence regarding the critical transition period during which Sea People's settlements were actively being established. Similarly, British excavations at Tel ed-Duwayr uncovered compelling evidence of destruction that could be directly correlated with Egyptian historical accounts of military campaigns conducted in the Levant. Ceramic analysis during this era achieved unprecedented levels of sophistication, with distinguished scholars like William Foxwell Albright meticulously developing detailed typological sequences capable of tracing the intricate evolution of pottery styles, from their late Bronze Age Mycenaean antecedents through their distinct transformation within Philistine and other Sea Peoples' cultural contexts. These rigorous ceramic studies provided crucial, irrefutable evidence for cultural continuity between Aegean populations and nascent Eastern Mediterranean settlements, thereby laying solid material foundations for theories concerning Sea Peoples' origins that transcended mere linguistic conjecture to embrace concrete archaeological proof. The post-World War II epoch inaugurated a truly revolutionary era in Sea Peoples scholarship, driven by the systematic application of advanced scientific dating methodologies, comprehensive regional surveys, and innovative interdisciplinary approaches that seamlessly integrated insights from diverse fields such as climatology, anthropology, and other pertinent disciplines. Radiocarbon dating, in particular, facilitated the establishment of remarkably precise chronological frameworks, enabling the accurate correlation of destruction events across disparate sites and regions. This capability brilliantly illuminated the synchronous nature of the cataclysmic Late Bronze Age collapse, providing a level of temporal exactitude that had been previously unattainable. Kathleen Kenyon's meticulous excavations at Jericho during the 1950s perfectly exemplified the rigorous new methodological standards that defined post-war archaeology. Her work featured painstaking stratigraphic recording and exhaustive artifact analysis, yielding exceptionally detailed evidence for the profound cultural transitions that characterized the Sea Peoples period. Her pioneering research unequivocally demonstrated how scrupulous excavation could unravel complex sequences of destruction, subsequent abandonment, and eventual resettlement, vividly reflecting the turbulent conditions prevalent during the Late Bronze Age collapse, while simultaneously providing tangible evidence for the material culture alterations that invariably accompanied the establishment of new population settlements. The momentous discovery and subsequent excavation of the Uluburun shipwreck during the 1980s offered unparalleled insights into the intricate Late Bronze Age maritime trade networks and the extensive international connections that defined the Mediterranean world prior to the disruptive incursions of the Sea Peoples. The remarkably rich cargo, precisely dated to approximately 1300 BC, encompassed a vast array of materials sourced from across the then-known world, powerfully illustrating the profound complexity and expansive reach of commercial relationships that would soon be shattered by the collapse events. This invaluable archaeological evidence provided crucial contextual understanding, illuminating both the immense scale of the disruption instigated by the Sea Peoples' activities and the robust economic underpinnings that fundamentally supported their formidable maritime capabilities. Contemporary scholarship concerning the Sea Peoples currently embraces a multitude of diverse and often competing theoretical frameworks. These varied perspectives endeavor to comprehensively elucidate the complex origins, underlying motivations, and profound historical significance of these enigmatic population movements. The singular migration theory, a prominent viewpoint passionately championed by distinguished scholars such as Trude Douthen and others, posits that the Sea Peoples represent highly coordinated and large-scale population movements originating from the Aegean region, occurring directly in the wake of the catastrophic collapse of Mycenaean civilization. This particular interpretation places significant emphasis on the discernible cultural continuities evident in pottery styles, architectural designs, and burial practices observed between Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean contexts. It compellingly suggests an organized migration undertaken by cohesive cultural groups, driven by the imperative to seek out new territories following the irreparable loss of their ancestral homelands. Individuals facing the loss of their ancestral homelands often embark on migrations. The single migration theories concerning the Sea Peoples are substantially bolstered by archaeological findings, particularly the distinct ceramic repertoires unearthed at Philistine sites. These pottery traditions exhibit an undeniable lineage from Mycenaean 2IC styles, yet remarkably maintain a consistent technological and aesthetic identity across various settlement zones. Furthermore, the architectural vestiges discovered at prominent locations, such as Ekron and Ashkelon, reveal sophisticated building methodologies, clearly demonstrating an inherited mastery of Aegean construction principles, meticulously adapted to the unique environmental conditions of the Levant. This strongly implies the presence of communities that diligently preserved their deep-seated cultural knowledge from their original homelands, even while undertaking a profound adjustment to novel ecological circumstances. In contrast, the multiple waves theory, championed by esteemed academics like Itamar Singer and his colleagues, posits that the multifaceted activities attributed to the Sea Peoples actually represent a succession of discrete population movements. These movements, it is argued, unfolded over several generations, rather than being a singular, centrally orchestrated migratory event. This particular interpretation places significant emphasis on the extended chronological span of the Sea People's encounters with Egyptian forces, the remarkable heterogeneity of material culture traditions observed in various settlement contexts, and the diverse political and military organizational structures exhibited by different constituent groups. The multiple waves perspective suggests that a confluence of economic disruption, widespread political instability, and mounting environmental pressures collectively fostered conditions conducive to repeated episodes of mass population displacement and aggressive maritime raiding, persisting over extended historical periods. Supporting the multiple waves theories, evidence includes the chronological distribution of the Sea People's encounters as meticulously documented in ancient Egyptian sources. These records clearly indicate activities spanning several decades and detailing various combinations of groups engaged in successive conflicts. Archaeological investigations of settlement sites further reveal cultural assemblages that display influences from a multiplicity of source regions and distinct phases of cultural evolution, thereby suggesting intricate, complex migration patterns, rather than a series of single, unified movements. The observable diversity in settlement strategies and patterns of cultural adaptation across different sites strongly reinforces interpretations that underscore the heterogeneous character of the Sea People's movements, rather than portraying them as monolithic, unified migration events. Climate change theories have progressively gained considerable traction and prominence within Sea People's research, largely due to the increasing sophistication and comprehensive nature of paleoclimatic data. Scholars such as Brian Fagan and others contend that significant environmental deterioration during the latter part of the 13th century BC created dire conditions that compelled widespread population movements and simultaneously contributed to the precipitous collapse of long-established political systems across the entire eastern Mediterranean basin. This particular analytical approach highlights the pivotal role of prolonged drought, pronounced temperature fluctuations, and severe agricultural disruption in generating the intense economic and social pressures that ultimately served as the primary impetus for the Sea People's activities. Paleoclimatic evidence lending substantial credence to these environmental theories includes highly detailed tree ring data obtained from Anatolian sites. These analyses conclusively reveal prolonged and severe drought conditions prevalent during the late 13th century BC, a period precisely coinciding with the established chronological framework for the Sea People's documented activities. Furthermore, comprehensive pollen analysis from eastern Mediterranean lake sediments clearly demonstrates significant vegetation changes consistent with drastically reduced precipitation levels and a noticeable increase in regional aridity. Isotopic analysis performed on both marine and terrestrial deposits offers additional compelling evidence for a widespread climatic deterioration during this crucial period. Collectively, these various environmental indicators strongly suggest that pervasive agricultural disruption and acute resource scarcity created the critical conditions that not only forced extensive population movements, but also significantly contributed to widespread political instability throughout the entire region. Systems collapse models, meticulously developed by scholars of the caliber of Robert Drews and Eric Klein, advance the argument that the Sea People's activities should be understood as symptoms rather than direct causes of a much broader, pervasive systemic breakdown that profoundly affected late Bronze Age civilization. This comprehensive theoretical framework places considerable emphasis on the intricately interconnected nature of Bronze Age political, economic, and social systems, asserting that a significant disruption in any single component could potentially trigger cascading failures throughout the entire elaborate network. Systems collapse theory therefore suggests that the movements of the Sea Peoples both emerged as a direct consequence of, and simultaneously contributed to, the profound disintegration of established international relationships, vital trade networks, and foundational political institutions. Archaeological evidence that underpins these systems' collapse models includes the striking synchronous destruction of numerous major urban centers spanning diverse geographical regions, indicative of a widespread catastrophe. Further support comes from the demonstrable breakdown of standardized pottery production and distribution systems, which points to a collapse in organized industry. Additionally, the cessation of specialized craft production, a hallmark of robust late Bronze Age economies, further illustrates this systemic failure. The severe disruption of the critical copper and tin trade networks, which were indispensable for supplying bronze production across the entire Mediterranean, vividly exemplifies the deeply interconnected nature of late Bronze Age systems and their inherent fragility. While the swift dissemination of iron technology suggests resourceful, adaptive measures in response to the disintegration of established resource supply networks, DNA analysis has emerged as an increasingly potent investigative instrument for probing the elusive origins and settlement configurations of the Sea Peoples. Nevertheless, the findings from these genetic studies remain preliminary and, at times, present contradictory interpretations. Specifically, genetic analyses of ancient human remains recovered from Philistine cemetery sites at Ashkelon have successfully identified European ancestry components, thereby lending support to theories postulating Aegean origins. Simultaneously, these studies have unveiled intricate patterns of population admixture that transpired during the settlement process itself. These groundbreaking genetic investigations furnish entirely novel categories of evidence for the rigorous evaluation of competing theories concerning the Sea Peoples' migrations. Despite ongoing technical limitations and sampling constraints that continue to temper their full interpretive potential, advanced dating methodologies, including high-precision radiocarbon analysis and sophisticated Bayesian statistical modeling, have facilitated the establishment of more precise chronological frameworks, enabling a more accurate correlation of Sea Peoples' activities across disparate regions. These advanced techniques have significantly illuminated the remarkably rapid pace of the late Bronze Age collapse events, concurrently furnishing highly detailed temporal sequences that delineate the processes of destruction and subsequent resettlement. This enhanced chronological precision proves invaluable, enabling a more accurate correlation of archaeological evidence with historical sources, thereby either reinforcing or challenging existing theoretical interpretations pertaining to the multifaceted Sea Peoples phenomena. Isotopic analysis, conducted on both human and animal remains recovered from contexts associated with the Sea Peoples, is yielding fresh and compelling evidence concerning migration patterns and settlement processes. Specifically, strontium isotope analysis performed on tooth enamel possesses the remarkable capability to identify individuals who spent their formative years in geographically distinct regions, thereby offering direct empirical evidence for population movements that powerfully augments traditional pottery and architectural findings. Oxygen isotope analysis provides additional, invaluable information regarding geographical origins and broader migration trajectories. Furthermore, carbon and nitrogen isotope analysis of bone collagen reveals detailed dietary information, which in turn can shed light on specific cultural practices and economic adaptations adopted by these groups. Underwater archaeology has made substantial and significant new contributions to the evidence concerning sea peoples' activities, primarily through the meticulous excavation of ancient shipwrecks and elaborate harbor installations. These submerged discoveries provide direct, tangible evidence for their advanced maritime capabilities and extensive commercial activities. Recent findings of Bronze Age shipwrecks in the eastern Mediterranean have unveiled intricate vessel construction techniques, diverse cargo compositions, and sophisticated navigation equipment, all of which profoundly illuminate the technological foundations underpinning the sea people's impressive maritime operations. Concurrently, harbor excavations at sites such as Dor and other key coastal centers have uncovered well-preserved port facilities and associated material culture, unequivocally demonstrating the commercial endeavors that sustained and supported the sea people's communities. Despite several decades of intensive scholarly investigation, unresolved questions surrounding the precise origins of the sea peoples continue to fuel vigorous academic debate. The exact geographical genesis of the various sea peoples groups remains uncertain, with a multitude of competing theories proposing Aegean, Anatolian, Western Mediterranean, or even multiple source regions for different populations. Linguistic evidence offers intriguing, albeit tantalizing clues regarding potential connections to known historical peoples. However, the inherent limitations of Egyptian hieroglyphic transcription and the complete absence of any sea people's texts in their own indigenous languages regrettably preclude definitive identification. The motivations that propelled the sea people's activities also remain similarly contentious, with various theories emphasizing economic opportunism, severe environmental pressures, forced political displacement, or complex combinations of multiple factors. The precise relationship among different sea peoples groups and the extent of coordination in their actions continue to generate competing interpretations, often based on differing readings of both archaeological and textual evidence. The intricate role of individual agency versus collective decision-making in the sea peoples movements represents yet another complex area where the available evidence remains ambiguous and consequently open to divergent theoretical interpretations. Finally, the ultimate fate of the sea peoples' populations following their initial periods of settlement raises profound questions concerning processes of assimilation, cultural persistence, and their long-term demographic impacts on the region. While Philistine communities offer unequivocal archaeological evidence of successful adaptation and sustained cultural development, the historical trajectories of other sea peoples groups remain considerably less thoroughly documented. Archaeological findings suggest a spectrum of diverse outcomes, ranging from their complete and successful integration into existing local populations to a more gradual process of cultural assimilation that, over successive generations, ultimately led to the complete elimination of their distinctive sea peoples' characteristics. Future scholarly endeavors concerning the sea peoples are poised to increasingly prioritize multidisciplinary methodologies, which skillfully integrate conventional archaeological investigations and textual interpretations with cutting-edge scientific analyses and comparative examinations drawn from diverse historical epochs. An amplified scope of DNA profiling of ancient human remains, sourced from a multitude of sites and spanning various chronological strata, promises to yield more definitive insights into the dynamics of population movements and the intricate genetic relationships interconnecting disparate communities. Concurrently, advancements in paleoclimatic reconstruction could illuminate with greater precision the pivotal influence of environmental variables in propelling the extensive activities of the sea peoples and contributing significantly to the widespread dissolution of the Late Bronze Age political and economic order. Ongoing regional survey initiatives and meticulously planned systematic excavation campaigns at strategically important locations continuously unearth novel archaeological evidence, thereby progressively refining our comprehension of the sea people's distinctive settlement patterns and their evolving cultural expressions. The sophisticated deployment of remote sensing technologies, such as satellite imagery and aerial photography, alongside advanced geographic information systems, facilitates a more exhaustive and nuanced scrutiny of settlement distributions and their complex environmental interdependencies. Such analytical tools possess the potential to unveil previously unacknowledged or obscure patterns inherent in the sea people's expansive and varied activities across the ancient landscape. Furthermore, a rigorous comparative analysis with documented population shifts and cultural transformations observed in other historical eras may furnish robust theoretical frameworks essential for contextualizing the sea people's phenomena within the grander tapestry of human migratory trends and the broader dynamics of cultural evolution. Detailed investigations into medieval population displacements, the intricate movements of peoples during the colonial period, and the profound challenges presented by contemporary refugee crises could offer invaluable insights into the complex social processes and ingenious adaptive strategies that characterized the sea people's communities as they transitioned from periods of acute displacement to the establishment of more settled and structured existences. The enduring global fascination with the enigmatic sea peoples profoundly underscores their unparalleled significance at a pivotal juncture in the annals of ancient Mediterranean history. Their far-reaching and often disruptive activities precisely coincided with the cataclysmic collapse of the once mighty Bronze Age civilizations, and simultaneously heralded the nascent emergence of the Iron Age's distinct political and cultural paradigms, systems that would subsequently mold the destiny of the ancient world for many centuries to come. A deeper understanding of the sea people's multifaceted phenomena thus provides critical insights into the fundamental processes of profound cultural metamorphosis, extensive population redistribution, and sweeping political reorganization, dynamics that remain profoundly pertinent for grasping the overarching patterns of historical development across human civilization. The persistent aura of mystery enveloping their precise origins and the undeniably dramatic and transformative nature of their impact upon long-established and sophisticated civilizations continue to captivate both the rigorous scholarly community and the broader popular imagination, unequivocally ensuring that research into the sea peoples will persist as a vigorously active and continually evolving domain of historical inquiry. The sea peoples, in their ultimate historical manifestation, stand as one of humanity's most compelling and illustrative narratives, vividly demonstrating how populations uprooted from their homelands can dramatically pivot from being formidable agents of destruction and destabilization to becoming pioneering creators of entirely new and vibrant civilizations. Their remarkable odyssey, tracing a path from their initial guise as elusive and formidable maritime raiders to their eventual establishment as settled, sophisticated urban communities, serves as a powerful testament to the extraordinary adaptability and profound cultural resilience inherent within the human spirit. While numerous profound questions regarding their precise origins and the intricate motivations that propelled their movements may, by their very nature, forever elude definitive resolution, their indelible legacy, meticulously preserved within the archaeological record, and their pervasive influence on the subsequent trajectory of Mediterranean development, collectively provide an enduring and irrefutable testimony to their immense historical significance and lasting impact. The multifaceted phenomenon of the Sea Peoples serves as a potent and timely reminder to contemporary observers that periods often perceived as characterized solely by profound chaos and widespread destruction frequently harbor within their tumultuous embrace the nascent seeds of profound cultural innovation and rejuvenating renewal. This transformative process unfolds as displaced populations, confronted with drastically altered circumstances, ingeniously adapt and reconfigure their inherited traditions, thereby forging distinctive and novel forms of civilization that, in their unique expressions, immeasurably enrich the expansive and diverse tapestry of the broader human experience. The concept of experience fundamentally encompasses the practical knowledge or skill acquired through direct involvement in or exposure to events, situations, or a particular field over a period. It represents an individual's accumulated understanding, derived not merely from theoretical study, but from active engagement and observation within a given context. This invaluable asset often manifests as proficiency, a deeper insight into complexities, and the refined ability to navigate challenges effectively, setting apart those who have merely learned from those who have genuinely lived and applied their learning.